What's up? Welcome to the stream. What's up, South to West? What's up, Corn Dog? Bipolar, ADHD, BPD, narcissism, you name it. All right, hang on a second. All right, welcome to the stream. I was supposed to go to the wrestling show on Friday. I had last second obligations, so then it looked like I was going to be able to do a Saturday night stream. I was going to do Saturday night's main event, Grace versus Beth, but that didn't pan. I had to do something again. So I've got extra time today, so that's good. So we're going to wrap up Dave, and then I want to say the Love is Like War, which is what the subtitle of this is, Dave's Divorce Odyssey, is going to be an ongoing series as we explore the different divorces in the Boyd. And I've already got the next one ready. It's going to be a minute though, but like it's a deep cut from somebody that we watched a long time ago that kind of fell out of my algorithm. And I was like, wow. So we'll get to see divorce through a female perspective next time. I'm sure you guys love that idea. But anyway, I'm going to do this. This will probably be a short stream. What's up, Bethadone? Because there's just not, we don't have a lot of the story left, but I'm looking for a video we can watch at the end as like a bonus. It's unrelated, but it's divorce related. And then I'll be back in the afternoon. We're going to do a Bethadone stream. So we'll see how that goes. But we have very little left here of Dave, so I just wanted to get his story wrapped up. We're going to watch this video, and then we'll watch his shorts, and then we'll finish out with his, where he talks about his current dating life. This video is called Why Rehash Old Wounds.
Hey everybody. Just figured I'd do a short video. Bright morning in the mountains. I am on that vacation that I talked to.
What's up, Doge Gamer? Dave and divorce almost rhymes. He's had a hell of a he's been on a hell of a roller coaster ride, that's for sure. Okay, here we go.
About
Sorry.
Taking with my son. Taking a little walk before we go get some breakfast. He's prepping. Anyway, I thought I'd go over something that happened just
What's
before
up, Cody?
we left. I took him to therapy, and the therapist brought us all in, which is odd because I don't know. I just feel like it's his therapy, but it seems like she's trying to get stuff to work out between the parents so that it makes him feel better. From what I got out of it, I'm talking to him a lot more and understanding him and hearing him more than he's talking to my soon-to-be ex. And it happened.
Soon-to-be ex, one of Dave's best catchphrase. She is your ex, man. Like, legally, whatever, but, like, you are separate at this point. I mean, she's living with another guy. Man, Dave, I feel bad for Dave, man. Despite everything he's been through, he's just, like, he really wishes it could work.
She doesn't feel like she wants to explain to him, and I understand that. It's not going to look good, and it's, you know, it happens. But what bothered me a little bit was they was kind of putting my son and me on the spot, trying to get us to bring things up that I wasn't really comfortable bringing up. And I get it, that's what therapy's supposed to do, but it's still going to be a long time before I'm prepared to deal with any of that stuff.
Why doesn't he hold the phone this way all the time? I feel like the audio is 10 times better.
Of course, you guys don't know what it is. You could guess. You probably have your own things that you just don't want to talk about in front of your ex and your kids. But
what do you think he's talking about? He's saying that there's something that the therapist brought up in front of the son that he didn't want to talk about. Do you think it's like the bringing in other guys, or her going on those like weekends with the guys, or what else in their marriage was an issue really besides that? It's hard to tell.
It came up about, maybe you guys need to talk about the reasons, you and your ex need to talk about some of the reasons why you broke up. So
yeah, I mean, I agree. You have to face, like, if you really want to get to the bottom of things, you do have to look at uncomfortable things. I don't know that Dave's really equipped, or he's not willing to do it. He could. He's equipped for it. I just don't know that he's willing to do it.
So it can be explained to your son. Well, I said, I don't even know all the reasons, really. To me, it was quick, and I get that. There's a lot of relationships.
Look at this beautiful backdrop. Where's he at? Indiana? They got this kind of scenery in Indiana?
What I hear, that the men don't know it's over until the woman's known for months or years.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this throughout here. He thinks that everything happened at once, and I think he's finally learning that, like, she had already checked out and she was building like her new nest with her new man, and then whenever she was ready, she pulled the ripcord and got a soft landing. At least he's understanding that. I think that's part of, he's going to have to accept that, I think, if he's going to heal from this.
They've made plans, they made decisions the entire time. Most of the time they don't act like anything's wrong, or they'll act like little things are wrong, you know, tiny things to the guys, and that's pretty common.
Dude, that's what a woman will divorce you over leaving your fucking plate at the sink every day. Like, Dave, I think, is really underestimating how important something. Oh, I remember what one problem in their marriage was, is that she wanted words of affirmation, and he struggled to do that, and he only wanted touch was his thing.
So, yeah, so it was still...
Give me just a second. I'm going to look
kind of
something up real quick.
We were already in therapy. We had gone to therapy 2 or 3 times together, counseling. Picked somebody that she had good reviews of. Some friends went to her. I'm still seeing the therapist now. But the idea is, you know, okay, we're going through therapy, we're working on things, and then all of a sudden, boom, nope, we're done. Not fighting it anymore. That was what she said. So anyway, the therapist at this meeting was, she says, well, maybe you guys can take a minute and we'll leave the room and you guys can talk through it. And I says, well, I'm not sure there's a point to it. This is not really the time or the place. I don't like things to be brought up quickly like that. So, and my ex was like, well, now I kind of want to talk about it because he said, it's all of a sudden. She just took off. And I said, well, I know it wasn't 100% like that. In my eyes it was, in your eyes it wasn't. I get that. I get it. But
if we have time, I don't know how long the shorts are. If they're all 3 minutes long, we might not have time. But if we have time, do you guys want to watch like an encapsulated, episodic, just bonus story about a divorce? Do you want to do you want to hear about a lady that was married to a killer? 17 years of marriage and he lied the whole time? Or a lady whose husband came out as trans during their marriage?
The moment I was like, that's not something I need to deal with. Like, I've been working for 4, 5, 6 months now, handling myself, getting past all this stuff. And
that woman gave Dave mixed signals. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I want to think that it wasn't just like she told him these things and he didn't process them, because I mean, he had to have. I don't know. It seems like he knew. But I don't know if maybe she was just like a too high of a difficulty level of a partner for him or what. He seems like a nice guy. I mean, but he doesn't really seem super worldly or like savvy, no pun intended.
Dealing with it, I don't need it brought back up. I don't need blame. I don't need anything like that. And so she says, well, now I feel like I want to talk about it. And I'm like, well, is it going to lead to anything positive? Is it going to lead to communication? Is it going to lead to something between us that can work towards something? And honestly, I don't even know that that's something
I love this backdrop. Everywhere he walks always looks so nice.
I want, but I'm willing to talk. You know what I mean? And she says, no, absolutely not. It will not. And I said, well, then there's no point. I said, all we're going to be doing is poking each other. You know what I mean? Why, at this point, sit there and try to poke each other and blame and tell each other the shit that they did wrong? And of course, in her mind, oh, this is one thing she said that kind of pissed me off. She says, well, your dad and I, to my son, your dad and I just
I could take a 14-hour train to meet Dave and interview him in person.
have different explanations or
Hey, what's up, Scott?
different feelings about what a healthy relationship is. As if, like, to me, that was an attack, kind of, basically saying that
Look how steady the phone is.
he was in an unhealthy relationship, and I felt
Like, look at it in the
fine.
shadow. Can you imagine Ruby Space like looked like she was jerking somebody off in the shadow? This guy's got excellent camera control.
And that's fine. Everybody has their own opinion.
I mean, it ain't
Me
even
looking back
moving
now,
at all.
you've seen some of my other videos,
Wow.
I wasn't in a healthy relationship either. Somebody with all the conditions that my ex had.
BPD, bipolar, manic depression, narcissism, oppositional defiant disorder.
Was always going to have. That's not healthy for anybody.
He's like a wrestler that comes out and has like his catchphrase, and like everybody in the crowd chants all the symptoms along, or all the diagnoses along with him.
I believe I was stronger than a lot of people would have been. And I still am. Hell, I'm stronger now than I was. I've learned. But the idea is,
He took his son to therapy. I don't know what his wife did, but I don't think he specified. He may have went with his adult son, which is, I think, his stepson, right? And the younger son is... The older son is the son she had while they were on break during the first... No, she got an abortion during their first break. Well, this is a stepson, I'm pretty sure. She was 19. She was 18 with a kid when they met. He married her when she was 19. And so he's got a step kid, and then she got pregnant during a break and by another guy and got an abortion. And then I think they have at least one kid of their own, like, after that.
I was in an unhealthy relationship.
Wow, 4 miles.
And a lot of people...
I saw Ben talking to Matt, and I thought it was great, but Ben, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad they're interacting with him, but Ben didn't seem super enthusiastic.
People are telling
But
me
it was
that now.
I thought it was a really funny segment.
Like, you should have got out, and you need to stay out. So I get it. And so in this therapy session, yeah, I was kind of like, that's not something I want to do. I don't need to rehash stuff. Even if I don't know all the answers.
What? He doesn't need to rehash stuff? We have watched hours upon hours upon hours of him rehashing everything. Why is he... Okay. Why is he... I guess the reasoning, if you just think right off the bat, is why would he be okay trauma dumping to us, but not the therapist, is because there's really nothing we can do. I mean, he doesn't have to watch our responses or read the comments, but if he tells these things to a therapist, then he's going to get direct feedback, and he might not like that. But for him to say he doesn't want to rehash things, like, come on, Dave.
Even if I don't know why.
LA Knight, what's up, Dave? I like Matt. I think Matt's gold.
Why the marriage broke down, I do know some. If you've seen some of my other shorts and some of my other videos, I do know some of them. Whether those were enough.
I remember Ben was like, well, but you don't have a woman, Matt. He's like, well, they cheat. And Ben's like, all of them?
Enough to break down a marriage.
When Ben is defending women, you know it's a good panel.
That all depends on each person. For my ex, it was enough. For me, it wasn't enough. That's how it is. Everybody's different. So that happened. I'll take what I have, make myself a better life than I had. You know what I mean?
I'd play LA Knight's theme music, but I'm sure you guys saw TKO is cracking down harder than ever. Even like the people that glaze the Fed are getting like copyright strikes now.
And she's welcome to do the same. So we're apart now. I'm moving on. She's moving on. Why bring shit up? Why
Breathtaking.
fight? Why start shit? You know what I mean? I got nothing that I need to say. You know what I mean? I tried to bring things up. I tried to say things on my mind.
No,
And I've done some of it in some of my
I had a last minute obligation come up, and then I thought I was going to be able to stream last night. I was going to do Beth versus Grace Saturday night's main event, but then same shit happened again. I had to go do something. So, but getting those 2 days filled means that I for sure had extra time today. So it all worked out. It's just different content.
Videos you may have seen, but it wasn't for her. It was for me to learn and retrospect and self-reflection, what I can do better. And that's,
We could try again. They got a show in a
month. My
month.
videos to my ex are not.
We'll try again.
They are to her, but they're not to her. They're for me and me alone, and for other people to maybe pick up some of this stuff and understand what you can do in the future, what you may be willing to do in your relationship to fix it, or if something is just too much for you. So, take that with it, what you will.
Dine with woman.
And just do your best, But I know therapy's a time to open up, but it's if you're not comfortable with something, or if you don't feel like you need to talk about it, especially in front of your ex, it could be.
So she was there too so they all went together. That's kind of interesting. That is a weird, but I don't know when he's talking about though. I don't know what stage of whatever. I don't know that he just got out of therapy, but if she's going to therapy too at this point, this deep into it, maybe it's for the kid. Maybe they're going on behalf of the kid, and Dave is just centralizing himself in the story.
6 months, 6 years, never that you're comfortable.
No, I didn't go.
Bringing shit up. But if you don't feel that you're going to gain anything from that, and you're not going to gain anything from that, or they're not going to gain anything from that, just don't, In my mind, I'm still not an asshole.
There you go. The classic divorced dad line.
I still do have some feelings for my ex. She had my kid, and we lived together for almost 20 years. And
it doesn't sound like the kid is being centered in Dave's mind when he's describing the situation. It's all about him. And if I get him not wanting to talk about whatever, but like if his kid is saying like, hey, I need to know what's going on, the kid's life is being upended as well. I don't know. But then I guess there's some things you should never tell your kids.
I loved and supported and all that, everything.
I didn't flake. I had a last minute thing happen, and then I thought I would have time by doing that. Then I wouldn't have anything to do Saturday night. So I was going to do a big show Saturday night, and then the exact fucking same thing happened. But today, because of those 2 days, it made today for sure like nothing could happen.
You do. So when she brought that up, in my mind, it was like, why? Just because she's okay with poking me and telling me all this shit that she feels that was wrong or bad in our relationship, I don't want to do that. She's okay with telling me and and beating me down. I'm not okay with doing that to somebody else. If she's gone.
So Dave is taking like the higher road. She's just putting everything out there, which he is as well. He's just doing it on the internet instead of in person. But I don't know. I don't really think you can claim the high road if you're still doing it. You're just doing it to a different group of people. He's just doing it to us. Which this video, by the way, look at this, is unbelievable. 2 views, and I clicked on this a few days ago to get a thumbnail to see if I could use a thumbnail. And so this has 2 videos or 2 views, and that's it. Like, it's just wild to me. This is a short long form video about recent therapy session with my son and my ex. Oh, good, he did say ex. I just talk a little bit about what happened and how it felt like it was forced, and some stuff about rehashing wounds that I don't feel like needed to be done.
And she's happier now, or plans on being, or feels that she will be. More power to her. Why would you ask somebody to tell you all the shit that you did wrong?
Dave needs to have no side dicks in his next relationship. He needs to tell her right out of the gate. He's monogamous, and that's that. Like, that's it.
You know what I mean? I don't. It's
He ain't
almost
built
like,
for it.
I don't know, a drama queen or a glutton for punishment or something. Or maybe they just feel like they didn't do anything wrong, and it doesn't matter what you say.
I usually am busy, but I planned on going to that wrestling show, which kind of shifted my weekend, but then bullshit happened.
Kind of brings me back to that main
Being a
character
gigolo
syndrome kind of thing.
What's up?
But
It's
anyway,
me.
I'm getting back to the hotel again, so you guys have a good day. We're
So he's at a hotel right now.
having a great day out here in Colorado. So,
Well, now he's in Colorado. Okay, he's at a hotel in Colorado. Huh? Huh? What's going on?
have a
Okay, maybe we'll find out in future videos. All right, let's watch his shorts. It seems like he doesn't. It seems like he's actually like talking in them, so I think there could be good lore. But he's got quite a few of them here. All right. Oh, look at this. Mother's Day. Respect her, even in divorce.
Hey everybody, this is my first short. This is.
Oh, tatted preach.
Hey everybody, this is my first short.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is-
He could have been on a work trip.
Still a couple weeks after my wife.
So we're going, just for reference sake, we're rewinding now back to 2 weeks after she told him she was leaving. So we're fast forwarding from pretty much right at the end all the way back to the beginning.
Said she wanted a divorce, and this is Mother's Day. So that's, yeah, just more stabbing and gut wrenching there. But I just want to tell everybody, look, be respectful, you know. Even when you're in the middle of a divorce, you might feel like you hate her right now. Be respectful. She's still the mother of your child or children. Get her a card. You don't have to be goofy about it. Just get her a card. Get her a Starbucks gift card or something. Something that just says, hey, thanks for being a mom. Yes, you may not have been an amazing mom every minute of the day, but every year. But she is the mom. She did it. She did the work. Be respectful. Have a good day, guys.
What are the
Hey,
comments?
everybody. This is my first short.
Probably just a bunch of
this
coke
is
from other.
still a couple
well, this
weeks
guy's got
after
a good
my
thing. Let me
wife-
check his comment here. I don't have time to look at all the comments though. I don't mean to put you down, but why do people feel the need to post this stuff? This is Facebook content at its heart. Like, this is stuff I feel like you would be much more likely to see on Facebook, where it's much more disposable, as opposed to YouTube, which has a certain level of semi-permanence. I just honestly don't know why this stuff pops up for me. With all due respect, I don't want to hear about your life at all, let alone any of your problems or any drama. I don't know who you are, and I come to YouTube to get away from this kind of drama. I got a lot to say about this comment when we get to the end of it. This is the reason I left Facebook. Once the whole family joined, and Facebook was no longer just kids on it, it sucked. It's sad, but I see my mom and grandma glued to the phone screen on the couch almost every time I see them together. What's happened to the world? What is going on here, man? This is such a cope comment from Danny Shoemaker. What's going on with this guy? Oh, that's just his profile. Let me open up his page. First of all, the reason that you're getting these in your recommended is because you're watching them. You're taking the time to click on them and put like a 50,000 thing on here. Oh, here we go. So he plays paintball. He's a Tarkov streamer. Okay, so the guy that's mad at Dave is a airsoft, paintball, and Escape from Tarkov's streamer. Okay. I mean, I don't want to see you, but I want to talk to you and have a whole conversation with you. All right. I think if I just click on this, it'll let me scroll
So
through.
you're stuck in the middle of a divorce and you're not sure what to do.
What's going on here?
So you're stuck in
Is he on the toilet? What's going on?
the middle of a divorce and you're not sure what to do. You wake up in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30. All you can do is think about, your ex. Best thing you can do.
Did I archive the Matt stream from the other night? He didn't delete it, did he?
Use that time You can go out jogging if you can do it. I know everybody's not has the ability to do it, but if you can do it, get out there, work out. I'm in the gym right now. There's people there. That helps. You can talk. Just talk to people. It helps. But sorry. Yeah, phone an angle. Just do what you can do, man. Just keep going. Get you a bite to eat. Don't forget to eat. You'll probably lose weight. I've lost almost 16 pounds in the last couple of weeks. I've been trying to, so that helps. But do what you can do, man. Everybody out there will help. Everybody that's watching this has probably been there or is in the middle of it now. Just do what you can do, man.
If you watching this, you probably going through a divorce as well.
Keep your mind busy, keep your body busy, help yourself out. Have a good one. See, you're stuck in.
Some of them got taken down. Someone did strike the videos. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I'll check and make sure, but to see if there's anything left up I can archive. I didn't know that. I didn't know they were controversial streams. Well, I don't know. Who would be mad at Matt besides Ruby?
In the middle of a divorce and you're not sure what to do. You wake up in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30. All you can do is think about, your ex. Best thing you can do, use that time. You can go out jogging.
This guy ain't on meth. He's as straight arrow, normie dude as possible. I think that's why the content's so compelling, because he's just a regular guy that doesn't really have a lot of coping or social skills, and he's stuck in this Boyd situation.
If you can do it, I know everybody's has the ability to do it, but if you can do it, get out there, work out.
The triathlon, I don't know. We have one big video coming, and maybe there'll be like triathlon shorts. I don't know.
In the gym right now. There's people there.
All the Ruby simps.
You talk. Just talk to people. It helps. But
who are the Ruby simps though? Who's a simp for Ruby? Dancing on the Sun? He wouldn't do something like that, I don't think. I hope he wouldn't.
Sorry. Yeah, phone an angle. Just do what you can do, man. Just keep going. Get you a bite to eat. Don't forget to eat. You'll probably lose weight. I've lost almost 16 pounds in the last couple of weeks. I've been trying to, so that helps. But do what you can do, man. Everybody out there will help. Everybody that's watching this has probably been there. Hey, everybody out there. Look at this beautiful river behind me.
Perfect.
So you can't sleep. You're in the middle of a divorce. Can't sleep. You wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. All you can do is think about your soon-to-be ex-wife. You may be trying to get back.
If this guy was on meth, he'd still be married. I mean, I'm just being real. Like, he would be down to party if he was on meth. Like, none of this would be an issue for their marriage if he was high all the time.
Together, you may not. You can't just lay there in bed, man. Get out. Take a walk. 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. Find a safe place to walk. Take a walk, man. 3, 4, 5 miles.
Find a bridge.
You'll be amazed at how much it helps you throughout the day. All right? You'll make it. Have a good one.
You'll make it, guys.
Well,
oh, look at this. Man, if he shaved his head here, we'd be stone cold for sure.
I posted a new video, full-size video to my
People call you a Ruby simp?
and
well, anybody that's like
after that,
striking videos is kind of bizarre. I mean, YouTube has its own set of like enforcement and stuff. I don't know why would people hate content? That's why we're all here, right?
Got another stab in the gut. Divorce is fun. It's only been about 3 weeks since I was told that my wife wanted to leave, and today she brings a guy with her when she comes to pick up my son for visitation.
Oh no, the introduction of the other guy. Oh no.
So stab me in the guts.
Damn.
I was halfway between throwing up and crying my eyes out half the day today. I went out and ran 3 miles. Now I'm gonna walk for a few. I don't know what else to do.
Has Ruby condemned the striking of stalker mass channels?
Get over it. Tomorrow I'm going into the lawyer and start this whole process. There's no going back now. Hope you guys have a better day than I did. Well, I posted a new video, full-size video to my channel early today, and then a little bit after that I got another stab in the gut. Divorce is fun. It's only been about 3 weeks since I... Hey everybody.
Oh shit, Cody Turbo, here we go.
This is another one of my what to do while you're in the middle of divorce and you got too much energy. Get a heavy bag. You can get a...
Ruby Spacek should condemn the striking of Matt's channel publicly, because no matter what her personal feelings are, she should not be encouraging or tolerating people in her chat striking other content creators, in my opinion.
Pretty cheap, under $100. Get some gloves, 20, 25 bucks.
What's this guy's lore? He's going through a divorce.
There's tons of workouts. I've been starting doing a... Sorry,
there's literally no other aspect to his content whatsoever.
I just finished a 30-minute workout. You can see I'm sweating through. Anyway, man, it's awesome. Helps you get out some of that pain and heartache and hate and everything you feel, man. It's awesome. Oh, sorry, I'm shaking. I'll let you go. I just want to... It's a great idea, man, and it's reasonably priced. It's awesome. I feel great after doing it. A lot of pressure release. Have a good one.
Well, he's working. He's working out his, frustrations. He's taking it out on the bag.
This is another short video of mine talking about divorce and about your kids. It's not your problem to make your...
Ruby can't complain about anybody A-logging. She made a career A-logging the Thorpes after her SPH career. Respect. But yeah, Ruby can't really... There's no leg to stand on there. She A-logs a bunch of people.
Your ex-wife happy.
We all do. Like, you can't... I can't imagine that's what it was for.
In a divorce. She walked away, or you walked away. Decisions were made. You got to do what's best for the kids. If they have any reason...
I kind of doubt it. I don't think he's getting naturally banned because of that, because there are a lot of videos that are much harsher and more pointed, believe it or not, than Matt's. I think it would have to be probably something pretty targeted to draw attention to such a small channel.
That they can't be a good parent or watch this kid or kids. It's your responsibility to take care of those kids.
What is an SPH career? Well, Ruby's bread and butter was SPH, small penis humiliation. That's what she would provide for her clients. And then she segued into being like a vlogger or a streamer.
And you do what you have to do.
Anti-government rhetoric.
It could be unfortunate. You could even drive somebody, your significant other, to suicide. Hopefully not, but it's possible. And it's sad, but you have to...
I wonder if he was, Humble King, it's me. I wonder if he was dual streaming. They might still be up on, Rumble.
Protect your kids. Have a good one.
That's it.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody, doing a short one today. I found out through my Drive Safe and Save insurance app that my soon-to-be ex is still on my insurance plan, and she apparently has been staying all night with some new boyfriend, literally days after she told me she...
Okay, the one I think that you're talking about, Dinner and a Movie, is still up, so I can still archive that one, but it's 6 hours, so I gotta wait till after my afternoon stream.
Wanted a divorce, which probably means that she was cheating before that. I can't check back past 30 days, so it is what it is. But what I'm getting at is... Divorce sucks, but that person that you left, or she...
Hold on, I gotta start this over. I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Hey, everybody, doing a short one today. I found out through my Drive Safe and Save insurance app that my soon-to-be ex is still on my insurance plan, and she apparently has been staying all night with some new boyfriend, literally days after she told me she wanted a divorce, which probably means that she was cheating before that. I can't check back past 30 days, so... It is what it is. But what I'm getting at is divorce sucks, but that person that you left, or that they left you, it's not...
I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it, Kyle. And then, of course, he said during the one Ruby stream that when we were covering Ruby that he was... that he had more land and more, like, capital than D-Dog.
Same person. They don't care about you anymore. That was a fantasy. You put them on a pedestal. You got to do you now. Nothing matters about them anymore. They're going to do what they're going to do. I mean, if somebody can do that within days and it's been about a month, stay at this other person's house almost every night for the next month.
She was definitely cheating, Dave. Like, if anything, he sweeps for her consistently through the series. Like, she was definitely cheating. She had, the first time they got married, she had cheated on him with his best friend, then left him with it for his best friend. The best friend got her pregnant. She got an abortion. They got back together again. Then she had, and somebody could correct me if you remember it differently, but I think he said there were 3 to 4 long-term affairs beyond, okay, just those were like cheating affairs. Then you had multiple instances where she was meeting up with other guys as a treat on special occasion with his permission, but then she was spending all of their family's money on these lavish trips with these bulls. Like, it was crazy. He was really upset about mostly upset about the money, I think.
When, of course, she told me that she was staying at her dad's house, which is a blatant lie. Well, what I found out over the years, this person that I put on a pedestal for almost 20 years lied, cheat, and stole from me. So
we lie, we cheat, we steal.
Don't do it. Don't allow it. I want to say I still love her, and by God, I kind of do, but I can't do it anymore. You know, it's almost like she let me go. You know, I saw her yesterday. And
also, he says that and I'm not trying to sweep for her, but I think it's very obvious throughout this. He's always saying like, "Oh, I put her on a pedestal, I worshipped her, whatever." She told him straight up, and this is from his own words. She told him that what would make the biggest difference in their relationship is if he would tell her that she was pretty, that she would, that make her feel wanted beyond just being like a cum rag, basically. And more or less, he said like he couldn't do that. So naturally, some women are going to be like, well, I've told this guy and he won't. So then he gave permission for her to get that attention from another guy. And when she was like, well, I don't want to wait for the next special occasion, I want to do this full time, I think that's what caused her to leave. But then he's still willing to, even at the very end of the story, it looks like patch things up with her.
And she kind of looked like shit, and I'm getting better looking. Have a good one. Hey everybody.
Oh, remember this shirt from the gaslighting video?
Dave again. Just a quick short this morning.
He did a 42-minute video on whether or not he was guilty of gaslighting his ex.
It's a nice day out finally. It's beautiful. Still going through divorce. Still sucks. Hope you guys aren't. But if you are, remember that when you're missing that person, you're probably just missing the feeling that you got at certain times in that relationship. You gotta remember that it's.
That guy's like, don't worry, Dave. You're gonna be smiling and happier than ever.
Not that person. It's that endorphins. It's that feeling that you get when something good's happening.
Oh, speaking of the shocker, did you guys see that somebody got they got their shirt blurred and they got kicked out of The Price is Right because they wore a shirt that said 1 in the Plinko, 2 in the Stinko?
You look back and really think about it. If the other person wasn't into it, then chances are you weren't getting that very often, and that's sad. But it is what it is. You can't make people love you. They are going to do what they're going to do. They may lie to you up until the last minute. That's what happened to me. My still wife, soon to be ex-wife, was telling me that she loved me, unconditionally, less than a week before this, that she decided that she wanted a divorce. And we were intimate and things like that. So it does, like, people, they'll lie. They'll lie to you because they don't want to cause trouble until they are ready to be the one making that trouble.
Yes, my man, read The Art of War sometime. One side can delay war, or that war, okay, let me start over. If conflict is inevitable, then it can only be delayed like to the advantage of one side or the other. And that's what she did. She saw the writing on the wall and she started formulating a plan, a golden parachute. But like that's basic social strategy, is that like if you know that the shit's coming down the pike, like you can still be dedicated to her and try to save your marriage, and at the same time start mentally and otherwise preparing yourself for what might come. And if it doesn't come, then you don't really have to worry about it because you're not putting yourself out there. But like clearly she was preparing and he was just kind of like completely oblivious, it sounds like.
Trouble for you. It's honestly, like I said, in the overall scheme of things, you're probably better off. It's really hard to hear that, and it's really hard to feel it.
People will lie.
'Cause that's where I am. It's been about a month, and I still feel like I'm going through the whole range.
And I don't think applying the Art of War or the Prince to your personal relationships is very effective. But I feel like that's such obvious why he wasn't, like, as soon as she said, well, I want to turn this side thing into a full-time thing, you think that's when he would have been like, okay, I got to lock in and I got to be ready for this. And he's still not, even going through the divorce. It seems like he never gets his feet under himself at all in this, which sucks because he's such a, I know he's kind of he's a big time sweeper, but I don't know. He seems like a nice guy, and I feel like this is all just way above his pay grade.
Emotions, I'm still sad, but I'm realizing, watching videos online and stuff, that, like I said, I miss the moments. I miss the security of having a person there, and there were really great things about my ex.
He was just assuming that, like, I don't know. Maybe, I know this sounds really terrible, but like, how many times do you have to get cheated on by the same person before you're just like, look, you're either going to say enough, or you're going to, after the first time, you're going to be like, that's it. But it just seems weird. The lines that he's drawing just seems like he keeps trying to take a stand as he's retreating. You know what I mean? And that doesn't really, he's constantly ceding ground to her, but he's fighting her. I feel like he should either take a hard stand or just give her the relationship she wants if he's not gonna work to extricate himself.
But honestly, I believe the sad part is a lot of those great things that I remember were faked because she needed something from me, which is sad. But people are what they are. I should have learned earlier, and I won't make that mistake again. So,
well, I think and the original time that they got married, when she was 19, she cheated on him with his friend, but then I think she actually went forward with the divorce because she was going to try to start a relationship with his friend. So he lost his best buddy and his girl in the same, in like the one fell swoop.
All right, this is long already. For short, have a good day. Hey everybody, just thought I'd do a real quick video. Sorry it's a little loud out here. It's a beautiful day out. Thought I'd take a walk. It's a little windy, a lot of people mowing the grass, but back to it. Divorce sucks.
Well, I think you can flip a switch to where she would tolerate you, but you're probably, once a woman is done, you're never going to be celebrated again, for sure. But you could definitely get some, like, an ex to get back together, probably, if you won like $100 million in the lottery. But she ain't gonna celebrate you. She's just gonna spend your money.
I'm not feeling great today. I don't know why necessarily. I went out last night.
Yeah, she got pregnant, and then the way he described it, it was kind of, to me anyway, it was kind of vague. He kind of insinuated that he wasn't willing to take her back if she was gonna have his buddy's kid. And then, but that's kind of what it sounded like, or he said like she got an abortion so we could get back together. I don't know exactly what that means, but yeah, she got pregnant and then had an abortion, and then they got remarried.
By myself. I've been trying to do that more.
Went out to an open mic night comedy club about 20 minutes away
Oh, did he perform?
from home, and that was fun. It was interesting. Didn't really talk to anybody except for some of the comedians. I went in beforehand, and that was kind of fun. But I watched that for about an hour and a half, and came back to my hometown and went to a little bar and that I'd been to, 20 years ago, off and on here. And I went in and sat down for a few minutes by myself, and a lady came up to me, says, "Hey, are you by yourself? Why don't you come over here and sit with us?" And she invited me. They were playing pool.
And I mean, I understand wanting to get your story out, but I do feel like this is a big time emotional tampon for him, like trauma dumping on us, the viewer. If and there's really no direct, like, I don't know, like I say, he doesn't have to look at the comments, so if you could just ignore them or whatever. But it just seems like he's trying to make trying to make the viewers like his new relationship, or like his friend in a time of need.
And that was pretty cool. I didn't know him. I felt like I kind of knew him because this is a small town. But there were a bunch of younger guys playing pool, and I guess the lady was their aunt or something. Anyway, that was nice. So I sat and chatted with them, played a little bit of pool, and I felt good about things, I got kind of hit on by somebody that had a crush on me when I was younger, and they were younger, but I think they're still married, so they weren't really hitting on me, but that made me feel good, and they told me.
Wow, what a brutal series of things there.
That seemed like I looked younger than I used to, so that was cool. But yeah, so I went to sleep 2 o'clock in the morning, and got up.
Here's how you solve these problems. You go into your phone and you look for strip clubs near me. You go down there, you get some lap dances, you pay for a private dance, and whatever it is you feel like you need to tell us, you tell it to that stripper. Because it's not even, whatever horrific things you say to her, she's heard so many things, it'll go in one ear and out the other. You'll feel better. You'll have gotten your face and some titties, and then, go from there.
This morning.
That's my opinion.
Had plans, took the cat to get some shots. Yay. But then I started painting some stuff outside, trying to change my surroundings, make myself feel better. Or at least not remind me of that old shit, from my marriage. Yesterday I went and signed the papers and stuff to file, which was hard, even though I wasn't the one that left, but I was the one that ended up filing. And boy, she's gonna absolutely hate it when she gets that paperwork in the mail, because I'm trying to get full custody. And if you guys watch any of my other videos, you'll know why. But yeah, today after I got done painting, I'm just not feeling it. I'm feeling sad again. And I actually looked up to see where my son was.
Like, every single word he says in this, much like Ben found out, could be used against him in his divorce and his custody situation. Like, I would just think, when you're going through this big of a thing, now Ben's different, they're entertainers, it's their job. This is just some guy. Like, I would just think you would kind of go radio silent on social media about your pending legal issues, and just, you know what I mean?
And that was stupid, because all I know in my back of my brain, I was only doing it to see where my ex has him. And of course, where does she have him? Near where her new boyfriend's house is. So yeah, that sucks.
I think they have a kid together, and then they have the step kid who's like, but the step kid is a grown adult, I think 20 years old, and then like somebody in chat might remember better, but I think it's at least one, maybe two kind of younger kids that I think are theirs.
That's gonna fuck with my brain all day. And that was stupid for me to look it up. I don't look her up on Facebook or anything like that. Stop doing that, but
good.
It just sucks. Anyway, it's coming up on 3 minutes. I got to get off of here. You guys have a good. Hey everybody.
Oh, here we go. He's got the goatee, the shades, and the shirt on. Fantastic.
Quick short today. I just learned a term.
Okay, here we go. I love this. I love when Dave talks about the monkey branching. He needs to let it sink in. That's what's happening. And then the reason that he needs to acknowledge these things that suck to acknowledge is because if he doesn't, we're going to get fucking Dave's Journey Through Life and Divorce Part 2 down the road. Like, he needs to recognize, like, okay, if she was monkey branching, like, where was she? What did I miss? What could I look for in the future to know? You know what I mean? He's got to acknowledge that she was cheating on him for a while.
The other day
He'll acknowledge all the other infidelity, but not, he struggles with this one.
that really kind of hit home, and called monkey branching. It's in relationships. It's when somebody, usually an insecure person who may be unhappy in a relationship, is kind of going out on the web, on social media.
I mean, if you're gonna come on and say divorce is fun, let's see it. Let's see. He could be having fun. He could be like, you know what? He could just acknowledge the fact that he did things that he clearly wasn't comfortable doing to make her happy, and she's gone now. And he should be out like, okay, when she was fucking around on him, he rationalized it kind of by saying that, like, she was young and she had missed out. Well, your dick's been locked down for fucking 20 years, pal. You should be out there having fun, and you maybe would move. I think he would move on a lot better if he get a lap dance or a erotic massage or whatever. Go meet go meet an e-girl or something,
or at work or something, and kind of making a connection with other people, possibly one, possibly more than one, so that if and when they are ready to dump you, that they can swing to that other branch and with no alone time. And what this is, it doesn't.
I think Ben would be so internally sickened by this guy that he wouldn't. I think Ben would have zero respect for Dave. I just think he would be like, what a loser.
Have anything to do with you? I mean, so yes, there's going to be something to do
That's Ben though, Dave, if you ever see this.
with you, but what it really has to do with is that person's insecurities and their issues.
What's up,
and
President
they could have
Winrip?
mental problems as well, but you can't let that kind of thing hurt you. It's going to, but you got to remember, it's them, not you. All right, have a good day. Hey, everybody. They're probably
Such confident words that he can't apply to himself. Hold on, I gotta put it back to all messages. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I always heard it called a soft landing. Like, the woman she's leaving the nest, so she's gonna prepare her next nest in advance so that she can softly land in it.
We're not going to do all of them.
Oh, look, he's got the Starry Night background.
But I absolutely guarantee you, if they have both BPD and bipolar, they will want to leave at some point. They will cheat. They will steal. They will, at least one of these things, they will go rack up a credit card debt. They will spend money that they ain't got. They might run out
Virginia.
and get a dog or two dogs or something, bring them home.
So, see, this is what I mean. If he had this attitude, but he doesn't. Like, he's willing to... He's saying, like, oh, listen, women like this that have this combination of things are liars, cheaters, and thieves, yet he wants to get back together with her.
Without even talking to you about it, you better be prepared for that, because that is going to happen. And what happened, okay, this is the biggest thing, and I couldn't really explain this until after I divorced this time. I'm still in the middle of it, but what I had to do...
Listen, I can't talk about this until this divorce is over, which it's still ongoing, but anyway.
Over the years is separate those chunks of time and say, okay, she has a mental disorder. I have to... I don't want to say ignore. I have to say, okay, this is because of the disease. This chunk of time is part of the disease.
No, it's not, bro. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can't blame everything on, oh, well, I guess I just have to let her run wild and do absolutely whatever she wants to with no consequences because she's BPD. Like, no, that ain't how it works, bro.
This chunk of time is part. This chunk of time is part of the disease. This chunk of time. Well, sometimes that's not worth it.
Permanent downer?
My therapist asked me, she said, well, how much of that are you willing to put up with? And I said, well, I wasn't done yet. I wasn't ready to give up yet. You know what I mean? I was still wanting to constantly work on things, and I wasn't ready to give up on her. But there's going to be a lot of chunks of time where
he's addicted to simping. He should just get a new chick to simp for. Get one that won't, Get one that won't spread the cheeks for a bunch of other dudes.
Going to have to do that. You're going to have to say, well, I have to forgive her because of this. Now that's, you can call me a simp, but it takes a big man or a big woman. This isn't just women that have.
I remember this. This is a clip from one of his live stream or from one of the long form videos. Yeah, I got to hear that again. Oh, whoops.
To do that, you're going to have to say, well, I have to forgive her because of this. Now that's, you can call me a simp, but it's.
No, I don't think a simp feels lesser than in most situations because they're probably with a girl that's above their station. I think that's how they qualify it. Or even if it's not real, even if the woman isn't really above, like mentally they think she is. You know what I mean?
It takes a big man or a big woman. This isn't just women that have this happen to them. I will say that most of the time when men have BPD or bipolar, they become violent. A lot of those go to jail.
Yeah.
So I will say that. Be very careful, ladies. If you have a husband or a significant other that has BPD,
he's giving advice.
and or bipolar, if they act at all irrational physically, be prepared to get the hell
and
out.
I think ultimately, honestly, not to be crude or anything, but I think the getting nothing wet thing is a big factor here because she wanted to be like, told him to call her beautiful and she wanted like some attention. And I don't think this guy understands what foreplay is. It seems like he just wants to get in and nut. Remember, he's like, he's like, I'd get off 3 times a day every day if I could. But it was never about like, oh, you know, we connect so well through it or whatever. It just seemed like he associates affection and attention with purely the act of like penetration. And then he gets mad because she was saying that she would go along with it, but wasn't really into it. And he viewed that as a failing on her part, which I don't agree with at all. Like if she was giving him the blueprint, much like Savvy's dad, like on how to make her come, and he was like, nah, pimp. Like, I don't understand it. Again, I'm not sweeping for her, but I'm just saying, like, in that particular situation, like, she was a very clear communicating with him, and he didn't seem to think that giving her any attention other than penetration was important. Maybe he and Ben will get along. I don't know.
They're probably not going to do all of them, but I absolutely guarantee you, if they have both BPD and bipolar, they will want to leave at some point. They will cheat. They will steal. They will.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, look at this suit and tie.
Sorry, waiting on my son's therapy session to get over with. My ex is sitting inside, and I
He's filming outside of his son's therapy session?
don't want to be in there with her. So came out here. Thought I'd go.
Oh, okay. So he's at a joint therapy session, and he's not going to go in there because she's in there. Okay. Well, they get over that apparently.
Quick video. So I did something today that might help me move on a little bit. I purchased one of those airline passes that gives you discounts.
Yeah, and especially because he pretty much admits like he doesn't mind being called a simp, but he's more comfortable telling the internet that he will forgive his wife for getting her cheeks clapped consistently by other guys, but he won't tell her that she's beautiful. Like, well, I show her how much I love her by allowing her to drop ass all over town. Why didn't he? It seems so bizarre to me that he couldn't just be like, give her the words of affirmation, especially because he genuinely believes in this love languages deal, because he always thought that like she was a bad wife because she was ignoring his need for physical touch or making him jump through hoops to get it, or she wasn't enthusiastic enough. Anybody, the love languages, like, come on, bro.
So I want to try to get some traveling done this year, whether it's myself or not. You know, those kind of last minute $150, $50 flights, and I'm going to do some stuff. I need to go out on my own. I'm going to take some traveling on my own. This divorce sucks, but I'm going to move on with it. You know.
Corn Dog with such a true woman statement. She's team the ex, and Corn Dog said she would sleep with all of his friends out of spite. Wow, she did. She got pregnant by one of them.
I'm going to take my son. We're going to go out to Colorado soon. He's been wanting to do it for a long time. It's one of his dreams. So he and I are going to go out there Hopefully the divorce proceedings won't
It's
screw that timing
isn't
up,
it
but
crazy to be filming during this a custody and divorce, but especially filming outside of a thing? All she's got to do is say, "Look, this motherfucker wouldn't even come in and sit in for therapy," and then the judge is going to see this video where he's saying this shit, pacing like a lunatic in the parking lot. It's not good optics.
we'll see. So yeah, I'm going to use that to my advantage. We're gonna push forward. Yep. Anyway, another thing, if anybody's still watching this, ladies, what do you think about this?
I was wondering when the mustache came in.
On a man, do you like it? It's a little old. I know it works for some guys. Should I shave the bottom and go with just a mustache? Should I shave the whole thing? Let me know in the comments. Have a good day. Hey everybody.
I find it to be extremely weird that he's filming there. He should be inside of the therapy session. Grab life by the horns and just go, my friend. I don't think we're going to see that.
Hey everybody.
Oh, look at this Silent Hill vibes.
It's early as hell. I had a rough night last night. I had a video yesterday where I was talking about how I was trying to move on, from this divorce and stuff.
Come on, Dave.
And then, boy, I broke down later in the evening. I had to see my ex yesterday. It's been a little over a month
I don't
now.
know. I've never heard of Opus Clip.
And it still sucks. Everything just brings up more memories, 20 years together. And
this is so fucking Kino with all the fog in the background. This is great.
My son, and just thinking about being there, holding her hand while he was being born and
Oh
shit
my God.
like that, man. It's rough, So I went for a
Rough night, old memories. Let's have a talk.
walk yesterday, which is what I'm doing this morning. And it kind of broke down. They say just let it out. Just you gotta feel the feelings. I think they said Pete Davidson said
He's quoting Pete Davidson during his divorce.
crying's like throwing up. It feels terrible when you do it, but you feel better afterwards.
Oh, he is a crier as well. He eventually embraces that because remember he was talking about how he no longer felt bad crying in front of his son.
So I'm doing that. I'm going for a walk. I'll come back, give my son a hug. He loves me unconditionally. He's been supporting me through this. I've shown him my feelings. So, he knows as a grown man, it's okay to cry, especially when something like this happens,
What's up, Jerry?
Anyway.
And I said at the beginning, but if you weren't here, this, like, the subtitle of Dave's divorce odyssey was Love is Like War, which is that it's easy to enter into and it's difficult to get out of. But the Love is War is going to be an ongoing series. Like, we're going to be done with Dave after this one, but like I've got the next person that we're gonna go through their divorce. So I think it'll be a long-term project, but not one that we do like every week.
I'll keep this short. Just wanted to share that I had a rough night. I was up at 3 a.m. Sorry, I got cat hair in my mouth, I think. Sorry. Poor kitty came in and visited me last night, so that was nice. Anyway, we're going to have a better day today. You have a better day today. If you're going through the same shit, you'll get through it. I'll get through it. Have a good one. Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Rough night,
Charlie
old
as hell.
memories. Here, let's check the comments. For a while, she'll be the first thing you think about when you wake up. She wasn't? Oh, come on. I feel your pain, brother. I've been trying to stop. Oh, here we go. Check this out. I've been trying things to stop the thoughts. Thinking about plans I have, options to choose, funny videos I remember, stuff like that. Sometimes, like this morning at 4 a.m., I just couldn't do it enough. Ended up watching some Star Trek Next Gen lol. Thanks for your thoughts. I feel your pain, brother. My wife of 23 years left me a couple years ago. Cry when you feel it and keep your chin up. It does get better. Hey man, love you, brother. That truly sucks. Are you able, be around any friends at this time? Yes, I'm getting out into the world again. Even if just by letting myself get used to talking to strangers again. Let me get used to speaking to human beings again. I have a few new acquaintances. I like the sound of that. That may shape into good friends too. Thanks for the kind words.
Hey, I'm doing another quick one today. I just watched a video. It's on YouTube. This is not an advertisement for this person, but I think his name was Coach Paz Goldman. Anyway, he said something that really hit me hard. If your significant other that just left you is already in a relationship days after, that person is never going to be better than you. They are a worse person than you. Either they
What?
knew that they were, breaking up a family.
First of all, how do we know that? How do we know that he knew in the beginning?
Which makes them kind of a piece of shit. Or they didn't know.
I like this. He's calling out the new boyfriend. I mean, if this is how, I'm glad he's at least kind of digging his heels in a little bit.
Didn't care, But there's no way they
But
didn't
he
know.
should focus his issues on the wife. That guy, regardless of whether he knew or not, he didn't make a commitment to Dave. His wife made a commitment to Dave. He's focusing on, which again, it could just be sweeping for her by saying, oh, it's not her, it's this guy. He's such a piece of shit. And then it's not, if it's not the guy, it's the BPD or whatever.
So just be aware of that and know that that new person that she's with is never going to be better than you. They got no integrity. They don't care. They have no idea how relationships work, or they wouldn't have jumped into one immediately with somebody days after, separation. So have a good day. They're not better than you.
Listen, that guy that stole your wife and is fucking her right now, he's not better than you. Who cares about that guy, Dave? Who cares what's happening with her crotch these days? Get one of your acquaintances to bounce on your dick or something, bro. He keeps coming back to this topic. Of course she was cheating on you already, man.
You're automatically a better person. Doesn't matter. Hey, I'm doing another quick one today. Hey, good morning,
Here we go.
everybody.
Here's the shirt again.
Whew, I kind of look like crap. Just got up and decided to go out for a walk. Divorce sucks.
Oh no, finding yourself after fake love. Fake love?
Channel. Just gonna be a short one. Just listening to some, Carl Jung stuff on the YouTube while I'm walking.
Carl Jung. Who's Carl
Be
Jung?
yourself. Learn yourself. Do what you got to do. You don't need to be attached to another person. I'm realizing, the things that I miss about my significant other that left.
Oh, like the
It's been a
actual
little over a
guy.
month
Oh,
now.
he's actually looking up like the Carl. I thought he was talking about like it was a John Galt thing where it was some like philosophy channel. He's talking about the actual guy, and this is where he's at with it. That's kind of interesting if he's deep diving into the philosophy side and then not applying any of it.
Chances are the things that were great were probably fake. They were fake love.
Yeah, I thought he was talking. I thought there was like I didn't know he meant like the actual guy.
Because if you can just turn it
Like when people say John Galt, I always think of the landlord, not the character.
off, 5 days after you love somebody and decide to walk out the door and be with somebody else immediately.
Where is he applying any philosophical or psychological elements here at all? I don't see him applying anything.
You're a liar. You're a fake person, and chances are there was no love there. There was no real attachment. So no matter what you or I wanted that to be, that's not what it was.
Do you think Dave is like the safe guy that will, even no matter how bad she fucks up, she knows she can always like land back with Dave, and so that's why she's willing to like pursue all these other options? Do you think eventually, if the situation doesn't work out with her, do you think she'll circle back to Dave again and get her feet under her before she flies the coop again?
There was some kind of thing that person wanted out of us, and when they thought they could get it somewhere else, they walked easily. So it sucks, but go out, get some exercise. You gotta love this crazy shirt I got.
We do.
It cost me $2 and it's wet wicking, so hey. Anyway, have a good day, everybody.
Well,
hey, good morning, everybody.
she was pregnant at 19 with another guy's baby. Or no, she had a kid with another guy when he met her at 18. And then he was how much older? He was in his late 20s maybe. And so there was an age gap there, but she didn't baby trap him because he knew that she had a kid. He was just willing to take it on. And then that part of their marriage, their first marriage, fizzled out pretty quick.
Everybody, whew, I kind of look like crap. Just got up and decided to go out for a walk. Divorce sucks. Same channel. Just gonna be a short one. Just listening to some,
He's applying it just by name dropping Carl Jung.
Carl Jung stuff on the YouTube while I'm walking.
It's the same video.
Hey everybody, I'm sure you see him in these shirts. I got 3 of them, so I use them for my walking and work.
He's got 3 of those shirts. Nice.
Now, anyway, I just want to say,
hey, gobbledygook.
Had a pretty good day today. Divorce still sucks, but going out for a walk after me and my son went for about 4 hours to the local game store nearby and played Dungeons and Dragons with a group.
If you're not familiar with his lore, one of my favorite parts of it is that one of the real things that stuck under his, really got under his skin was the fact that she refused to play Magic the Gathering with him, but her and her new guy were playing it all the time at the shops and stuff like that. So he was really pissed about that.
All through college and some after, and got my family into it back during the Rona times. But it's a great thing to do for you and your family. It helps kids to think and learn and do math and strategize. I just want to say my kid did a great job today. He's 11 years old and he made me proud. It is hard for kids, especially with ADHD, to sit for 3 or 4 hours, but he did it like a champ. Anyway, I'm having a better day today. Hope all you guys are too. Have a good one. Hey everybody. I'm sure you see him in these shirts. I got 3 of them.
What's up, Ruby? You think that he was... I don't really have an issue with libertarian marriages, but he seems oblivious to the fact that when you marry a 19-year-old, she might feel like she's missed out on some aspects of life and act out, down the road, which is what happened, but he never really seemed to get that.
I use them for my walking and working out. Anyway, I just want to say I had a pretty good day today. Divorce still sucks.
Lion tamer. Sounds like you were in your dick taming era, Ember.
But going out for a walk after me and my son went for about 4 hours to the local game store nearby and played Dungeons and Dragons with a group. I've always liked to play
a belt to your ass.
All through college and some after, and got my family into it back during the Rona times. But it's a great thing to do for you and your family. It helps kids to think and learn and do math and strategize. I just want to say my kid did a great job today. He's 11 years old.
Okay, so there you go. So the 11-year-old is like a kid between him and his wife, I'm pretty sure. Then the 20-year-old is the kid that was when he first met her, I think.
It is hard for kids, especially with ADHD, to sit for 3 or 4 hours, but he did it like a champ. Anyway, I'm having a better day today. Hope all you guys are too. Have a good one.
Divorce sucks. Dungeons and Dragons.
Sure you see him. Hey everybody, I don't usually do videos in my car, but
we get a car video.
I should have made this last night. Of course, I'm in the middle of the divorce. If you've seen any of my other videos,
this is gonna be good. I know it.
Last night, after about 40 days, my son is over at my ex's father's house. That's where she's staying part of the time, and he called me at about 9:15 last night, and he said, "Dad, I want you to come get me. I know."
Here comes Dave. Every time Ruby SpaceX comes in, Dave's channel's got to start up with the methadone dosage.
But Mom really pissed me off. She is in the other room, and the door was cracked, and she was trash talking you, and I'm really mad at her right now, and I just want to be with you. Well, that's hard to hear. And I told him, I said, I wish I could go. And he says, oh, I have to go. All right. I said, all right, buddy, I love you. Just tell her, be honest with her. Tell her that you don't like that and it's not appropriate. And then we had.
Wasn't that an early talking point in that first one? Those first few videos, his eyelashes did look super manicured.
Take that as you will, but it's already started. I think the narcissism and that kind of stuff with her, and he's starting to realize it. So. It is what it is, but we're going to have a good day anyway. You too. Hey, everybody. I don't usually do videos. Am I a narcissist? Well, I've been doing some research. This is Dave again. My divorce sucks. Everybody's divorce sucks. If you're asking yourself if you're the narcissist, like if you had a hand in, you know, I mean, you probably did have a hand in your
If there is a channel, I wish I could find it.
divorce or your breakup, but to different degrees. But from what I've learned over the past few weeks, if you're asking yourself if you're a narcissist, or if you're doing tests online, that's one of the biggest no answers. Because you want to know if you are, and the people that are narcissists don't know it. Everything is always going to be somebody else's fault. Have a good day. Am I a narcissist? Hey everybody, happy Father's Day.
Oh, yes. Yes. A Dave Father's Day video.
Divorce sucks, but this is Father's Day.
We're feasting right now.
I did a video on Mother's Day and everybody seemed to like it. Even in divorce, respect your dad, kids, dads, you know, respect the mother.
Remember, he goes, you know, even if you're not together anymore, you know, get the mother of your kids a card, you know. My soon-to-be ex, she wasn't always an amazing mother, but
you gotta do what you gotta do, you know. Get something for your dad. If you're in the middle of a divorce and your dad's still alive and has supported you throughout your life, get him a little something to remember you by.
I don't agree with. First of all, I don't try to get these people into crisis. We're not talking about crisis. I'm just saying that I'm not going to judge, say, Jedi Joy for drinking or Bethadone for drinking. I'm here for the content. I'm here for the art.
You, if
Cody
he was
Turbo.
a good dad, he's supporting you and he's there for you during your divorce. So
What's up, Gaz?
have a good day today.
The next one is gonna, I think, it won't be as directly entertaining. Probably it'll be more of a slow burn, but it's from a female perspective. And I'm not talking about the trans video. That's a different thing.
Hey, you know, this shit's hard, but you can have a good day. Get him a card. Gotta love it. Get him some M&Ms or something. I know dads act like they don't need anything or don't want anything.
Hey, listen, if anybody's watching, can we get Dave some M&Ms?
But they do. They just a little something. A candy bar, a bag of M&Ms, something. Have a great day, everybody. Hey,
Dave needs a gift certificate to an Asian massage parlor is what he needs for Father's Day.
build up your self-confidence, man.
Oh, we're at the gym again.
Divorce sucks. One of the best things that I found over the last couple of months during my divorce is making myself work out, talking to more people, being friendlier with people. I found that I feel happier trying to help other people and make them happy when I'm not so stressed at home. You know? So I'm here working out in my local.
See, Cody Turbo judges people on here. He sees Bethadone having a good time playing the ukulele, and he's like, oh my God, someone's in crisis. I just accept people how they are, and I just, you know, go back over Bethadone's content for the last 4 years, which I've done recently, and there is one Eric McHenry level loop that is constant, which is day one sober through the entire set of stuff. So as a viewer, if you're expecting something to change, I think you might be ADHD, BPD, narcissistic gaslighting. What was the other one? Bipolar.
Gym, just doing what I can do. But I've had
Thank you, Gobbledygook. Happy Mother's Day. Yes. I think you get it. Did you unlock a new Grace icon?
quite a few people over the last couple of months tell me that I look good, that I look younger than last time they saw me, that I don't look like I'm 47 years old. I look like I'm 30. So you see this gray hair on the
come
sides.
on. Wait, how old did he say he was? 30. He's 37.
I think
Okay.
I look pretty good.
Hold
So,
on. I gotta hear
you
that
guys-
again.
I don't look like I'm 47 years old. I look like I'm 30.
He's 47? Oh, that's right. Okay, so he was about 20. He was in his, he was like 27-ish then when he married her at 19. That's not a huge age gap, but just with her being 19, her being being that young, but it's not as big of an age gap as I thought. So me and Dave, well, I'm the same age Dave is at this time right now.
30. So you see this gray hair
I
on
don't
the
think he
sides.
looks 30.
I think I look pretty good. So you guys work on yourself, man.
How do you select it? You just you can't go backwards. You just have to go forward with the icons. But there's one like every few months for a while. Like every month you get a different one, and then I think it slows down at 6 months. Then there's one for a year, and I think that's the highest tier right now. It's just automatic. Even if you take a lapse, like it'll still count. It still like accumulates your months.
Your significant other may have left, but you make yourself the person that they regret leaving.
But thank
Have a
you,
good one,
Gobbledygook.
everybody. Build up your self-confidence, man.
Oh,
Hey,
look at
everybody.
this. Beautiful.
Nice bright day out today. Beautiful day out today. I had a pretty good day. Divorce sucks.
Ruby, hey Ruby, have you you're a long time streaming professional. Have you ever had the opportunity to use Opus Clip? Any thoughts or memories of Opus Clip?
I want to talk to you guys about making decisions after, you're going through a divorce. There's two things you can do. You can go down.
I didn't tell
dark road.
Gobbledygook Happy Mother's Day. She was telling all of you. She used her free member message to tell all of you Happy Mother's Day. I completely forgot, but it is hilarious that I'm watching fucking Dave on Mother's Day. I really didn't. I forgot.
And start to feel bad about other people. Start to feel like it's not worth it to help people because they're all terrible, what have you. Or you can
Like
do
a
kind of
death
like what
contract.
I've decided to do. I've decided to take the time and start helping people. Start doing things.
I don't got to go back to the dentist until January, I think, for like a checkup.
Things for other people. Start volunteering my time. Doing some walks, some runs, some things like that to help support things like that and other people. Because that's what's always made me happy. And I felt like a lot of times when I was married, I had to put so much.
Yeah, to be
into my
clear,
ex
I
that
wish no one a happy Mother's Day. That was Gobbledygooker using her freebie, or as you were called recently in chat, someone referred to you as Gobbledygooner. But that's her using her free membership chat to, honor all of the mothers in chat.
I wasn't able to do those things, and I'm remembering.
Including, you know what? Happy Mother's Day to Eric McHenry. I know that even though he can't physically birth a child, he did say that that was very important to him. So even though he won't be a mother in this life, he will be a mother in the next life as a bisexual female. But I think we can afford McHenry a happy Mother's Day.
Now that I
Happy
really
Mother's
enjoy
Day,
helping
buddy.
people. And I implore you guys to do the same. Take your newfound energy, after that stress relief, put it to some good use. Everybody have a good day. Hey, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Enjoy being yourself again. Divorce sucks.
Oh, he's talking about how to become high value. I can't wait to hear this.
One thing I've noticed, it's been a couple of months now.
Is it me, or do like the long form videos feel very like open and honest? A lot of these shorts feel like he's trying to put on a front.
Since divorce started, and I've started to realize that I am kind of a high value person.
Thank you, Gobbledygook. Word to your mother from a great quote from Vanilla Ice True. Thank you for the $2 for the dispensary and liquor store fund. Speaking of which, I bought a bunch of new sodas at this is going to sound really weird, but a really good place to find like craft sodas is at like Tractor Supply stores. Because they have so little shit to sell that they just fill up with a bunch of like junk. And I got a few 4-packs of soda, and then when I opened the hatch, one of them fell out and like 4 bottles shattered all over the parking lot. Do I sense that he has anger issues? I'm not going to say no, but I don't... He seems to me like he might do that like in private or something, but I don't see him like hitting his wife or his kids or anything.
I've done well.
Thank you, Humble King. It's me, Mother Danzig. Hey, that's what we should do at the end. Let's watch Luna Star sing Danzig Mother to send it out.
For myself, I have a home. My kids love me.
Thank you, it's me.
I've found that I've been able to be myself again. Sorry, I look a little rough this morning. I just got up and just took off out the door, trying to grow this beard out. Some people told me they thought that might be nice looking.
Opus
some ladies.
Clip.
Anyway, I found that I feel like I'm higher value to people, to women, to everybody in general. Just
High value. You're high value. I find Dave to be very high value as a content creator.
when I'm being myself, I'm able to.
What I really like about this too, which I would still watch it if he was still making content, but like all of his content is laser focused on one issue. It starts when he finds out he's getting divorced and it ends when the divorce is over. It's a long story, but it's like self-contained, and then that's it. Then you've had the Dave experience.
Be free. I'm able to.
He had the common human decency to get on YouTube, overshare to a point of ridiculousness, bring us into every single aspect of his life and divorce, and then once he got divorced, drop off the face of the earth.
do the things that I want to do, and I realize
Hopefully the clip of me saying
things
that
that I
doesn't
wanna
get
do-
used in like a documentary about something bad happened to this guy and that's why he quit making content. But it feels to me like when it was over, he was just done. The last video is it covers him moving on and dating other people. So maybe he told his story and now he's done.
are things that help other people, help make other people happy. They look good to other people because they value that. They value.
Well, and the guy in the comments a long time ago, a few videos ago, told him that too. He's like, you're gonna wake up and she's gonna be the first thing you think about. And then if they got back together, he would just go right back to not even like telling her that she was pretty or whatever. You always want it worse, like when you think it's gone.
Confidence. They value, you being the person that you are without apology.
I think this is similar to the program. Do you remember for that brief window of time, Dalmatian Dog was doing shorts for the Thorpes? A lot of their shorts looked like this, but I don't think that was Opus clips. But I think it was another AI thing.
You know what I mean? A lot of times in marriages, especially if you're having troubles in your marriages, then there's a lot of apologies. There's a lot of sitting around moping, waiting on the other person to be happy or be okay, and it didn't have anything to do with you them being unhappy.
Maybe
It was
Opus clip is putting the subtitles on.
just them being unhappy, So it was like that other person may have been holding you back and not really meaning to, but they did, and it made you into a different person, and that's not cool, So I think a lot of times if you're getting divorced, find yourself again. Do the things that you used to like to do.
Or, dude, hear me out on this. When you get married, don't lose yourself. Like, you can be part of a healthy, functional relationship and be completely dedicated to it, but also, like, still have you. I mean, it's projection on his part. His entire identity is wrapped up in being with this woman. Like, you don't need to go back to yourself. Just don't lose yourself and make everything in the relationship about your partner.
Do the things that make you happy, and a lot of times that will automatically make you a higher value person in other people's eyes, and you'll be happier. I've had a lot of women already be interested in me. And I'm not really dating yet, but
It's the new guy catfishing him in the comments.
But there's been a lot of interest, which I was kind of surprised at, So that helps me feel better. So yeah, everybody have a great day. This is a long one for a short, so have a good day. Good morning, everybody. I haven't done a video in a little while, but I want to support the Pride Month. This is it's the end of
South to West gonna chime in on
the
that.
month. I haven't done any videos since then, since the beginning of the month about this. Of course, I'm in the middle of a divorce. Divorce sucks. And I just want to let everybody out there know that LGBTQ, etc., that
etc.
I support you and you deserve everything that everybody else has.
LGBTQ demands they deserve so much goddamn more, to quote Eric McHenry and now Dave's channel. Strong
Everybody's
allyship.
equal. I'm going to go to an event this weekend with my son. Neither one of us are LGBTQ, but we have friends that are, and a lot of people probably do.
Everybody probably
He
does.
said multiple times that women were flirting with him and then backtracked on it. So I think he's just thinking because he's having what are normal social interactions. He's the guy who thinks like because the waitress calls him hun that like she's wet for him or that like the stripper actually likes him.
You may not know it because they may be afraid to talk about it. So I want you to try to support everybody you can.
Agreed.
Even somebody you
Corndog.
don't know. Give them a hug. Some of them may not have
He's probably grossed out by it. He seems like that kind of guy.
been able to get hugs from the parents. I know some that have gotten kicked out of their
Oh
house
my God, remember he was bragging about his long hugs?
because of how they are. It's not their fault. It's not anybody's fault. If they need love, everybody should have love, same as everybody else. So it's the last weekend of the month. Find
Yeah, exactly. It's me.
something, find a march or an event, go visit. They're always happy. They're always happy people. Be happy with them. All right, have a good day, everybody. Hey, everybody. I survived
I left
my
a comment on one of his videos. I don't think there was no reaction to it.
first week. Divorce sucks. So this is the first week that I was totally alone in my house. My oldest moved out last weekend. The same week that my little son was with my ex, soon to be ex. So it was weird. You know, they say you have a lot of time. You don't. You don't really have a lot of time. Well, this beard's getting dark, and it's the first beard I've had in pretty much ever. So somebody told me they thought it'd be interesting, so I'm trying it out. Anyway, I know it's not a big deal to a lot of people. You're like,
Yes,
well, I live by myself. for
definitely flirts with cashiers. And he's like, gets home and he's like, yeah, she wanted it.
20 years, 30 years, whatever. Not a big deal. For somebody who's getting divorced and who's been, you know, always had somebody there, even when that person's gone temporarily, you know, for a trip or what have you.
Oh, that's I don't know. Am I overreacting? That seems like concerning language. Like if you asked somebody and they were like, "Oh yeah, we've been together for 3 years." Well, not counting the vacations. Why, even if she was away for work or she was on a girls trip or whatever, why would that impact how long you'd been together? Unless he's talking about the trips where she would run up the credit card bills and stuff, having her like weekends with the other guys.
It's just that feeling that you have someone, that somebody's there, and having that gone
I gotta listen to that one more
is
time.
a
I'm
shock to
sorry.
your system. You know, always had somebody there, even when that person's gone temporarily, you know, for a trip or what have you.
Even when that person, that's weird to me. Like that wouldn't even occur to me to qualify it by saying, you know, yeah, we've been together for 2 years. Even when she was on vacation, we were together. Like I don't understand the logic there.
It's just that feeling that you have someone, that somebody's there, and having that gone is a shock to your
He's
system.
a fraud. Wow.
And it sucks, you know. And having kids helps in times, and then it hurts in other times when you're, you know, when you want to try to meet people. My son's really great, though. I've talked to him about that kind of
Bruh, you should not be introducing your son to anyone, any women, which I don't think he is anyway, but you shouldn't be I don't know. You know that he would shit on her for having the kid around her new boyfriend. But I think he would I do agree with Ember that he might try to lean into it with a new woman for some sympathy.
stuff. And he understands that there's going to be people around that he doesn't know, but I'm going to try to make sure.
He agreed to occasional instances where she could be with another guy, but where she crossed the line in his mind was while she didn't just go and like meet up in a hotel or something. Like they would go on little trips, her and the other guys, and she would spend a bunch of their money. She also had 3 to 4 I guess we'll call them non-consensual affairs, and those were ongoing throughout their second marriage. And then she wanted to make the side guy a permanent thing, or she wanted to have a permanent side guy. And I think whenever he balked at that, then that's why she left him, is how it sounds from what we've heard.
I'm going to sort of vet them before he's around them. And
He probably also like thinks that he's a cooler, wilder guy than he is. There's just nothing about this guy that makes me think he would enjoy being a swinger, and clearly he didn't. Like, you never hear stories about it being another woman. It's always another guy.
make sure that he's okay with it. I'm going to check on that, which is not something that my ex did. So regardless,
There you go.
And make sure that he's okay with it. I'm going to check on that, which is not something that my ex, and he understands that there's going to be people around that he doesn't know, but I'm going to try to make sure that I'm going to sort of vet them before he's around them, and make sure that he's okay with it. I'm going to check on that, which is not something that my ex did. So regardless, I just wanted everybody to know, you can do it on your own. I didn't cry this week, so that's something.
Oh no.
Maybe I will another day, but not today.
First week alone.
Have a good one, everybody.
Surviving divorce and my new
everybody.
beard.
Hey, everybody. So I had my provisional hearing yesterday for divorce and custody.
Opus clip.
It's kind of rainy and overcast and crappy today. It's kind of like my feelings right now. The provisional hearing wasn't really a hearing so much as the judge brought us into his office and talked over some things, and I really didn't get much of what I was trying to get, and it was pretty sad.
Oh no.
Because I don't feel like my son is being
Did you see how Opus Clips put a sad face when he said it was sad?
represented as far as talked over some things, and
Watch
I really
for it.
didn't get much of what I was trying to get, and it was pretty sad.
Oh, you can't see it. The UI clips off.
I don't feel like my son is being fairly
It put a gigantic crying face when he said he was sad.
represented as far as what his needs are.
No.
And I understand what the judge.
He said he's got 3 of these shirts. So in theory, each one of these could be a fresh shirt. We don't know for sure though. But he bought 3 of them for $2 a piece.
They try to be fair and, do
You
what's
go to
best
court
for the child,
and
but
he walks in there looking like fucking day glow. He's like, no, we can't have you out in the courtroom. It's too distracting. Come back to my chambers.
the problem is in the provisional hearing, you don't necessarily get all the facts out. So hopefully, eventually we'll unfortunately have to go to trial probably and cost us both a whole lot more money. But in that, there'll be a lot of more facts and things like that that'll come up. So we'll see how that goes. Could be a long time.
This video is called My Court Hearing Disappointment.
It's pretty sad. Kind of makes you feel like what people say about the court system and men is true.
Now we're getting into where he and Ben could connect. The fact that just being a man means the entire judicial system is weighted against you.
True. Which I thought for sure there was plenty backing me up to show that, my son was better off with me most of the time. Not 100% of the time. But yeah, so it is what it is, but I have to keep moving, keep working on me. He still wants to be with me, so we'll get an ad litem and get that worked out, and hopefully
We'll get an ad litem.
sadly, it'll probably go to trial, like I said, and
Hey, Humble King, it's me. Do you think he's using Opus Law to help him in his case?
we'll have to grab a bunch of paperwork and things like that, get some evaluations, things like
All the documents have the Opus Law watermark all over them.
that, mental health evaluations. Of course, my ex said that she was fine. Everything's way better now than it was when she was with me, which is possible. It's very possible. It's probably temporary, so it is what it is. Have a good day, everybody. I'm going to have a better day today once I get out of this rain. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Sorry for the loud music in the background. I'm the only one here in the gym this morning. I just want to talk to you about, hey, divorce sucks. Just another short here. I'm doing great. I'm working out. Started triathlon training.
Here we go.
Did a test run the other day and did great. Finished it, my first try. Last night I started Shotokan karate class with my son.
Oh shit.
So that was awesome. I hurt a little bit, but it was worth it. And I love doing it. Challenging myself. Man, it's just great. I know I just posted about the provisional hearing, and I wasn't really happy about that, but you move on. You gotta do what you gotta do. My son still loves me, he still wants to be with me, and I'm just gonna keep bettering myself every day. It doesn't matter what my ex thinks, what she wants, what she did. Her life is her.
Well, he continues throughout the whole series to hold out hope that they will get back together. Gobbledygook.
Her own. She wants to be happy elsewhere. She can be happy elsewhere, but I'm gonna be happy in my life because that's what I've decided I'm going to do. There's still a lot of great stuff going on in my life. There's still a lot of great stuff out there to do, but I'm going to be a great person. I'm going to be better. So can you. Have a great day.
Is he talking about, when he says trial, is he talking about the divorce or is he talking about the custody issue? That seems to be where there's, well, I don't know, because he always said he wants to get back together, but certainly he's not trying to like block the divorce from happening. He just has a different opinion on custody, I think.
Hey, everybody. Divorce sucks. Today, I want to go over and maybe I'll do more of these, but it's sort of a letter to my ex. I don't expect her to see this.
Wow, this is, man, you talk about what a lawyer would be like. Listen, here's what you got to do, pal. You got to get online and do an audio letter to your ex that you're currently involved in multiple legal issues with.
I haven't told her that I'm doing videos. She could find out, and that's fine. This is not to try to win her back.
Okay, so there you go. There's a little bit of what we were looking for was he telling people openly about the channel, and that no, he wasn't.
This is just for me and my thoughts. So
Dojo Joey versus Divorce Dave.
Said what most women want in a long-term relationship is safety, support, and being seen. Now, from my perspective, this is to my ex. I don't believe that there was ever an issue with security. I was never violent. I was never mean in a way that could be considered unsafe. So I don't think that that's an issue. Obviously, this is from my perspective. Everybody's welcome to their perspective. The second one, support. I can see where that could be up and down. A lot of people want support in different ways. From my perspective, I tried to manage supporting everything that my ex did, that you did, to the best of my ability, without bringing something else into a problem. Like for instance, I want to go back to school. Okay, it's going to cost $3,000. Let's take 6 weeks and save up half of that, and then put the rest on the credit card. To me, that was support. That was a good way of supporting without putting us too far into debt. And it would only be 4 to 6 weeks. It wouldn't be hard to do. I think that was support. That's just one tiny thing. Okay, the last one, being seen. That's where my fault is, I think. And
the support issue, I feel like if his justification for evading that accusation is that he was willing to spend money on her, I mean, that is more, I think women would file that financial under security, not under that. I mean, that's not really support in the, I think she's probably talking about support in the way of what she was directly telling him she wanted him to do, and he didn't feel like doing.
And I understand that. I deflected too many times when there were discussions that needed to be had. I maybe dismissed concerns, and I know that was a problem. That's one of the things I need to work on. I know this. So I'm not going to go too long into this. I'm not doing these videos for you if you ever see this by chance.
Oh my God, can you imagine? Listen, if you ever see this, sweetheart, I'm not making these for you. I'm not trying to get you back. And the long form videos are, God, I wish my wife would take me back, like through the whole things.
You will or not, doesn't matter. This is for me. I'm doing this to work on me. So I just hope maybe other people might be interested in doing their own little.
I just feel like I have a Dave meter, and it fills up the more of his videos that we watch. I'm very sympathetic toward him in the beginning, and then it just falls off a cliff at a certain point.
Thing, you know? Whatever you think you need to do to sort of relieve yourself, you know? If you don't get closure from somebody, maybe you can get it for yourself. Your best guess on what you did wrong, what you know you can work on. Everybody have a good day. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Divorce sucks.
Do you guys want a Divorce Sucks t-shirt in the store? There's the first ever non-problematic t-shirt idea. Divorce sucks.
Thought much about it when people had pets that they had to split and divorce.
Oh no.
I never thought it would affect me.
Man, we are getting every aspect of this. We're back to the cat, right? She left the cat there with him. He developed an extremely close bond with this cat when they were alone together. And then she wanted to take custody of the cat as well as the child.
It has either. The cat that we had, it really got me through some of the tough times in the last few months. And I just had to pack up everything and hand it over to my ex.
Oh no, dude.
I know it seems silly, but it was a lot of therapy for me.
Dave, I don't. If you ever see this, Dave, I'm not making these videos for you. You're in the right here, Dave. It is very traumatic to have the idea of losing a pet in a relationship, even if it's one you weren't super close with. Like, it's just, they're just a strong part of your life for like a long time. I can see why he's upset.
So, and she picked up my son at the same time. So, I know last week, I think, was my first week all alone, but I still had the cat. And she made me feel better. She would love on me. And now she's gone.
It's also like just another thing taken away from him. Like, his entire life is, flipped. So losing the cat is just like, it's just one more like cherry on top of this divorce sundae.
I can get another cat. But it just doesn't feel the same. After my ex left, the cat really calmed down and started being really loving.
The cat calmed down when my wife left.
To me and both my sons that were still there. And it was like it was a different cat. And it was really nice. So
he should get another cat. He should get another box. He should get maybe he started over in Colorado. Who knows?
I'll get over it, I'm sure. And the cat's gonna still be with my son when he's there. So that's a good thing. That's one of the reasons we got the cat in the first place. It's just one of those things where you never know until something happens, especially men. We're trying to be this perfect male that, doesn't.
Hold on, 6 comments. It's not Valerie Borich. Let's see what's up with this chick. Okay, so she's got a bunch of like just like playlists apparently. Oh, Pitbull. Okay, Pitbull and Kesha. All right. It's not stupid or silly. It's okay to not be okay. You may feel alone, but no, you are not alone. He is alone, bro. You're just one comment on a fucking YouTube page, and he didn't even acknowledge it. Look, he acknowledged other people, but did not acknowledge her. Just hit a year after my divorce, and my dog was the only reason I didn't Kurt Cobain it. You got this, brother. The way you're feeling is normal, but real. So don't downplay it. Just believe you will make it. Sounds stupid, but I dose help. Thanks for your kind words and support. I find the best thing I can do to feel better is to help. What makes you feel better is trauma dumping on us, bro. I'm not judging 100%. I am animal dependent, so animal therapy is definitely not silly. But something I picked up on through the story was seemed like you didn't miss your child. And I'm sorry if I'm picking at your words, maybe. I didn't get the whole story, but I am animal dependent mostly for emotional support, which most people don't believe in, but that's because I cannot have kids of my own. So saying that is why I am asking that question. I'm sorry you're going through this alone or feel like you're alone. Things will get better. Just focus on you and what you need, what you want, and just keep pushing forward. I hope things get better for you. Let's see what he says about that. I absolutely miss my son every time he goes with my ex. I also still have him half the time, plus other visits during off weeks. The cat may never see again, and she meant a lot to me over the time I spent with her. So basically he's saying like, look, I see my kid all the time. I never get to see the cat. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hugh Proctor. Sorry, but divorce is a choice. There was a choice to marry, a choice not to see possible, probable red warning signs before the marriage, a choice of how to act and often react to situations that arise during the marriage, a choice, be lazy or to compensate for the partner's laziness, a choice not to communicate effectively or not to get help when necessary. Often divorce is the best thing, the right thing, like pulling off a band-aid. It can hurt you, but you soon find out that it's all healed underneath and you are crying about nothing. Based.
Need nothing. You don't think you do until you do. So they just picked him up. You know, it's 7 o'clock in the evening on a Sunday. The only thing I can do is to go for a walk. Walk my thoughts away, walk my brain calm.
There's Cicero. You can
Get
see
some
him
exercise
sleeping.
in. Start a new week tomorrow. Wish me luck, everybody. Have a good day. Have a good week.
Oh,
Okay.
Dave.
So I've learned something over the years and through watching a lot of videos and through therapy that if you're in a relationship with a narcissist or someone with tendencies of that, they may not be diagnosed or may not be full-on narcissist, but the longer you're in a relationship, if you are a person in that relationship and you're becoming more secure in your attachment style, which is to say you are comfortable with yourself, you have boundaries, and when you set those boundaries, you don't allow them to be breached by the significant other, narcissist, whatever other person, then that narcissist is going to lose their supply of attention.
Yeah, their supply. And when a narcissist loses their supply, they start sending crazy messages on Discord and doing unhinged live streams to try to get their supply back
from you, or their perceived attention from you, because you don't seem to need them as much. Now, that doesn't mean you don't need them. It doesn't mean you don't want
Thanks,
them
Dave.
around. It just means that perception
I'll be back later on for I want to review a Bethadone stream.
from the other person makes them feel like they're not getting what they need from you. Sometimes psychologists will call it their supply. There's nothing you can do about that. So just be aware of that. If through a relationship you feel like you're being more comfortable and they seem to be getting less comfortable with how you are, it's probably something more to do with them than with you. So just be prepared for something like that. Everybody have a good day. Go out for a walk.
Touch grass.
So I've learned something over the years and through watching a lot of videos and through therapy that if you're in a relationship with a narcissist or someone with tendencies of that.
I'm glad we watched these shorts. These are basically, I mean, it's all lore. I was kind of worried that some of them are going to just be like that generic shit set to music, you know, of him jogging or something. But this is all just, it's all just more and more lore.
Diagnosed or may not be full on narcissist, but
I don't believe we ever see his wife. I could be wrong though. I don't think he ever showed any photos or anything like that.
The longer you're in a relationship, if you are the person in that relationship and you're becoming more secure in your attachment style, which is to say you are comfortable with yourself, you have boundaries, and when you set those boundaries, you don't allow them to be breached by the significant other.
No, Dave in chat is the drunk Dave from Massachusetts.
Whatever other person, then that narcissist is going to lose their supply of attention from you, or their perceived attention from you, because you don't seem to need them as much. Now, that doesn't mean you don't need them. It doesn't mean you don't want them around. It just means that that perception from the other person makes them feel like they're not getting what they need from you. Sometimes therapists will, psychologists will call it their supply. There's nothing you can do about that. So just be aware of that. If through a relationship you feel like you're being more comfortable and they seem to be getting less comfortable with how you are, it's probably something more to do with them than with you. So just be prepared for something like that. Everybody have a good day. Go out for a walk. Hey everybody, this is a different video than I usually do, but if you're a dipshit like me and sometimes forget to put the carafe under the coffee or screw something up, try buying one of these little trays for about $1 or $2 at Dollar General.
Hold on.
Hey everybody, this is a different video than I usually do, but if you're a dipshit like me and sometimes forget to put the carafe under the coffee or screw something up, try buying one of these little trays for about $1 or $2 at Dollar General. You can kind of see how it worked out. It kind of protects your counter.
Oh no.
Just...
Are we going to get another? Remember we watched El Presador versus his Keurig that one time?
Just a little warning. Hint. Life hack. A good one. Hey,
what was even the point of that?
This is a different video. Hey everybody. Good morning. Out for a quick walk this morning. I just listened to a video and it really hit home. If you're in a relationship, if somebody's happy, your significant other, if they're happy, they don't need you to do something to make them happy. You know, if that's true, if they feel like they require you to do something specific to make them happy, then they've got an issue. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Have a good one. Hey everybody. Hey, so I'm starting some kind of weight training stuff. I've been doing it, but I'm gonna get some creatine. I'm starting some stuff. I lost a lot of weight and I'm trying to make sure that I keep enough protein. So today I'm gonna try this. I got it on Amazon. It's strawberry. I'm gonna try this with some yogurt, some Greek yogurt, and a banana, and 0 fat milk. We'll see how it tastes. This is my first time. Should be a nice strawberry banana kind of thing. So I'm gonna drink this and hopefully it'll give me some energy. I'm also gonna try some of those little carb jellies that I've got somewhere. I don't know where they are. I'll let you know how it tastes after. All right, so this was only about half that full when I started it. So I'm thinking...
This is the kind of shit Cody Turbo hopes and prays shows up in the boy.
Either the yogurt or the powder or something really puffed it up and put a lot of air in it. I'm gonna try to wait a little bit because I don't want to suck in all that much air. This is a pretty good sized cup, probably, I don't know, almost 30 ounces. And if half of that's air, I do not want that in my system while I'm out there doing training. So I'm gonna wait, I don't know, 20 minutes or so and see if this goes down any. Heck, I hope it does. Otherwise, shit happens. I'll let you know later what happened. Whew, well,
I ended up not drinking
Whoa!
my drink.
Oh,
It's down
whoa! Something for the ladies.
a little
All
bit now,
right.
but it's been about 2 hours. I'll let you know later what happened.
Boy, these people in the boy, man, they just can't keep their clothes on. Man, what a sweaty, hairy clip from Dave.
Well, I ended up not drinking my drink. It's down a little bit now, but it's been about 2 hours, so it looks like most of the air's gone out of it. It's pretty thin. So I ended up doing my sprint triathlon run with only about 24 ounces of coffee and some energy chews, so pretty exhausted. I'll definitely need the repair of this drink. And then I think I deserve a couple slices of Meat Lover's Pizza for protein, so I'll get back with you
Yeah,
on
if
how...
Dave's training for a 4K, a couple slices of Pizza Hut pizza would really give him the the energy he needs.
This tastes in a bit. Well, I did try the whey protein powder with the Greek yogurt, the milk, and the banana. It was a lot of sweetness. It was sweeter than I thought. Here's another shot of that. It worked pretty good. I picked it up on Amazon. It was on sale last week for the Amazon Day, Prime Day. So I would try it if I were you. It's pretty good. It's got a little more protein in it than some of the others. You can see here is the Equate version, and that was cheaper, but I'm just using it to try to get into things. So today I'm also going to start my creatine loading, so we'll see how that goes.
Time to load the creatine.
Have a good day, everybody. Hey, so good morning, everybody. So I'm about 4 days into my loading phase of creatine. Sorry, my kid just drove past. He lives near me. Creatine monohydrate, and it's not too bad. I've spread out I'm taking it in little pill form, caplets, and as long as you spread it out throughout the day, it's not too bad. I've had a little bit of stomach upset, definitely, like some people
You wouldn't lick the sweat off of his hairy chest, Ember?
mentioned. Don't take it with coffee, a lot of coffee, if you can help it. I know.
Radio Foreman shaved his body hair off before meeting Grace for this recent trip. Was that like something she requested, like how OPC Don had to shave his face for her?
I can't go without my coffee, but I do it anyway. I've actually started another thing, putting vanilla protein powder in my coffee in the morning. And it's actually pretty good. It kind of works as a creamer. So
He should try the protein Doritos.
that's good. Anyway, back to the creatine. I've actually already started noticing some differences. I know I'm not maxed out on it yet. I'm not, it's not in my system fully yet. But I've noticed that my head's a little clearer. Everything feels a little more positive, which is odd. And I think that's maybe just because my mind is
Oh my
clear.
God. I've got some donuts that are churro flavor.
I know that's one of those odd side effects that everybody's not going to get, but it seems to be hitting me. It's pretty nice.
What's up, Ananje? Yeah, I'm gonna, after we finish up Dave, and I think we're gonna watch a bonus video about a lady that went through a divorce. I'm gonna be back to, we're gonna watch an old Bethadone stream.
I also have more energy when I run across the highway here. I have more energy on my runs. Let's see, 3 days after I started it, I beat my 3-mile run time by almost a full minute and a half total. Got it down to 7.5 minutes per mile. So I thought that was pretty amazing. I just feel like I've got more energy. I know I'm not probably building extra muscle yet because I'm still in the loading phase, but I would urge anybody to try it. I found one on.
I mean, he looks more human, but I think as a character, like to appear on camera, I want him to look as like, he needs to look like he like lives in a tree, I think, is the best on camera OPC.
Amazon.
But it's also really fun to see like what kind of look he's going to have when he shows up, It could be, he has a kind of a range.
Let's see, it's 2.5 milligram pills, tablets, caplets, there you go. And you get 60 of them for like $5. It's a cheap, easy start. You don't need any of the fancy crap. All you need is creatine monohydrate. Try it out. Anybody who's young that wants to build muscle, or older that just wants to build muscle and feel better, do it. You'll thank yourself. It's not expensive. Just be prepared at the beginning for a little stomach upset. Just take it a little bit at a time. Have a good one, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Hey, everybody. Divorce sucks. But you know, I'm getting better. I'm getting to the point now where it doesn't upset
Big thank you to today's sponsor, Opus Clip.
me to see my ex. Not nearly as much. There's a little there, but not nearly as much. It's almost to the point where I thought, well, you know, I could actually see being around this person for a dinner or something like that. Obviously not with her and her new boyfriend, but with her and, you know, our son or whatever, or 2 sons. I could see doing that and not being upset by it. Of course, that depends on what comes up at the dinner, but probably would be nothing. But then I, you know, in my back of my head, I'm thinking, but I don't trust her. You know, I don't trust her. She probably...
He's fantasizing. None of this is even... It's not like she's like, oh, please come and meet me for dinner. He's creating scenarios in his head and then commenting on them. You know what I mean? Like, because he's ready to go to dinner with her, he's got to give all the pros and cons of it when she's not even interested in that.
May not trust me, even though I've not really ever done anything for her not to.
See you later, Ember.
Yeah, so I think that's what I have to remember. Even if I'm over the whole divorce thing, that last hard hit that she dealt me, it's not the person that I thought it was. You know, it's not the person that I thought that I married. I see some memes on Facebook that say,
I think Ananje, he could have a convo with Ben about how they both strongly agree that the court system is completely biased against men and dads in specific. They could probably Ben could probably get one good episode out of this guy.
you know, you really know who somebody really is at the last, when they leave, not during your relationship. So anyway, I just thought that was a thought. I'm out here walking. I'm getting really in really good shape. I'm happy about it. So everybody have a good day. Hey everybody. Divorce sucks. This is another one of my videos that I'm doing about a kind of a letter to my ex thing.
Oh boy.
I want to talk about how sometimes people feel like you expect them to change or that they can't be themselves. And I realize, this is to my ex, I realize you feel like sometimes that I might have said something, well, I don't like
How many, what was it, 5 videos ago? He said, and if you ever see this, just know I'm not making these videos for you. Now he's like, listen, this is for you.
Or something like that. Like, let's say a nose ring or something. Okay, so I'm not, that doesn't physically attract me. That's nothing that makes me feel anything towards that person. It doesn't, like if you happen to get a nose ring, it wouldn't make you less attracted to me. It wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? If you love somebody, that's not a thing. Other things, you know, where it might be feelings towards other people, like let's say feelings towards women. You may have sexual attraction towards women.
Oh man,
that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Is she rolling? Is she doubling down while she's sneaking around? Wow, getting it from the men and the women. Wow. What about the non-binaries?
That is, you are who you.
What about the Luxanders of the world? Do they have a shot with his ex?
You are. The only problem would come into play there is if a physical attraction towards women would be enough to make you cheat or leave me, then that would mean that you're not really there for me. So I could understand that as well. That's just sad for me, I guess, but it is what it is. But yeah, I just want everybody to know that, you know,
Dude, Vinny Slugga and this guy on the phone would be the ultimate for both people, because this guy would trauma dump for half an hour and Vinny would be like, anything else? And then he would do another. Every time Vinny said anything else, there would always be more to talk about. I thought that could be a good friendship. Vinny Slug, if you're in the chat, show yourself.
you can support people.
You know what I'm going to ask you. I need an answer if you're in here, please.
And love people. And sometimes they don't believe
anything else.
You will love them through everything, because sometimes, I don't know, people just have feelings. They just feel like they can't, they're not supported.
I'll never forget when I had to take it down because otherwise the girl's family was going to sue me and Vinny Slugga. But when Vinny had the phone conversation with Cassie where they were talking about having a family. It was it was so interesting. And I hate that that's kind I have a private backup, but like I can't upload it again.
And I get that. And especially men can make women feel that way, that they're not supported when they say, oh, that's gross. Well, in their mind, they were just speaking
Vinny'd be like, you like working out? You should work out in your videos.
Mind. In the woman's mind, they were saying, I will like you if you do that. And that's not fair. And we got to remember that sometimes. So I'm over here. So
He's saying he would accept her no matter what, but she apparently wasn't willing to accept him. Something about him. I think it was about the fact that she wanted to change it from an occasional thing to a permanent thing, which he confirmed in one of the early videos. This seems like kind of what do they call it? Retconning.
everybody have a good day. Just something to think about. Hey everybody. This is an update on my workouts. And
Oh man, I hope this didn't end in like a true crime thing. And no, there would be way more views on these if something had happened, I think.
creatine and protein. This is about my third week taking protein because I was losing so much weight that I was afraid I was going to lose muscle, so I needed more protein.
Next time Vinny is in chat, no matter what the episode is, let me know and I'll show him a few seconds of Dave so we can get a smash or pass.
Changed my diet a lot. I feel better. A lot of protein it messes with your system a little bit. Then I started creatine last week, so I'm in the middle of my second week of that. So I did a loading phase, and now I'm in the middle of that. And man, I have so much more energy.
Hey, Randy Wanzer.
Just the workouts in general have given me so much more energy at my age. I'm up in the mid 40s, mid to high 40s.
I was gonna say mid 40s. Come on, bro.
Years old, and it's just a huge change. Like I said, the color in my skin and my hair is changing. It's getting brighter. I've got more energy. I can already still feel myself building more muscle. It's holding more, and I know
We're in the home stretch on the shorts.
that part
You
of
guys
that's
only
the
have a
creatine
few
and the
left.
water holding in your system, but I mean that's how you build muscle. So I feel better about that. One of the biggest downsides is, of course, you get loose skin hanging on, and that's, I don't know. It is what it is. Eventually
Anything else?
It'll wear off. I guess you can use lotion and stuff to help shore that up, but.
He's got Dave on speakerphone while they're driving to McDonald's to get a single Coke.
Personal type stuff. I can go longer in bed. I got where I feel like
Oh my God, dude, come on, man.
I used to be a grower. Now I'm kind of a shower. Like I have
What in the
so much
literal?
better blood flow.
He almost made it through the whole fucking saga without really. I mean, what a thing to say.
That eventually it'll wear off. I guess you can use lotion and stuff to help shore that up, but personal type stuff. I can go longer in bed. I got where I feel like I used to be a grower. Now I'm kind of a shower. Like I have so much better blood flow that my stuff downstairs is just, it always looks better. I know that's really weird to talk about, and I hope nobody close to me sees this or, well, laugh at it if you want, but I mean, it's not a bad thing. Anyway, I'll let you guys go. I just wanted to give you an update. I just keep going, keep pushing it. Got some dates going, having a good time.
If he lost weight, the dick thing is probably true. Because if you're fat, then it's going to like cover up your junk. But what an interesting video to make right in the middle of going through a divorce and custody battle. Yeah, so anyway, life's going good, My dick looks bigger than it used to be.
I'm reflecting on my past, reflecting on myself. Everybody have a good day.
I love YouTube.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Divorce sucks, but I'm going to do an update on my creatine and protein stuff. I've noticed that See, it's been about 3 weeks now since I started taking creatine and protein and try to eat more. I was trying to lose too much weight at one time, and I did, and that was fine, but I felt like I was losing muscle, so I started on the creatine and stuff. I've noticed that
I
whenever
thought
have
up
good
until
workouts,
that point, I know he's had a rough ride, but I thought there was still he had a line of dignity, you know? There was still a little bit there, and he was just wow. I still can't believe that he not only talked about it, he talked about it in such detail and with such vivid like depth. Like
usually you get a swelling, you know, a small swelling in your muscles.
yeah, he's like, "Oh yeah, well you got a new guy. You got a new guy now, huh? Well, my dick's bigger than it used to be."
Which is normal, you know, they tear, and that's
What if they show? What if they showed this in the court case?
part of it. They swell, they're inflamed, I guess you would say. But what I notice now is, and I think this is due to the water in the creatine.
I mean,
that it helps
beautiful
you absorb,
timing on when he shot this. Look at that sky. Ugh.
more water in your muscles and helps them heal better, which allows your body to fill in those gaps of where the water is with more muscle.
This is
which is
he's just a regular guy who's got no business being. He doesn't understand. He thinks that YouTube is like Facebook, where it's for, which I mean lots of people do, but like this kind of personal drama is just very Facebook coded. I just think he's just in over his head here and doesn't really understand. A lot of people put content on YouTube and just assume no one will ever see it.
what the protein is for. You got to have plenty of protein to do that. Anyway, what I've noticed is
He just
that
seems like kind of a default guy to me. What's funny about it to me is just that he's so like unprepared for any of this stuff this woman has put him through. And like 20 years with her, he apparently just learned nothing about how to deal with her over those 20 years, which is kind of astounding.
it's
He just seems like he seems like a normie guy who ended up getting in a relationship with an activated individual.
it's the swelling stays longer. You know what I mean? You keep more of it, which is exactly what you would expect to happen from what people tell you.
Oh, I pretty much only smoke Dark Rainbow on stream as a tribute to Vinny Slugga.
This is one of those things where
Although I do have some Galactic Ganja Moonwalkers infused shake, but I think it's just well, wait a minute, what's the strain? Wedding Cake.
you know, people are always like, oh, I don't know, does that stuff really work? And you can feel this working. You can easily feel it. And it's pretty cool and it's pretty interesting. I feel like I'm going to bulk up pretty quickly.
See, Cody, he says you're full of shit, man. He's bulking up quickly. His dick is bulking up quickly. He didn't, unlike Hannibal, he added girth to his dick the old-fashioned way. He earned it.
already noticed a little bit in my chest and a little bit. I'd like to build up my legs a little more. I'm a runner, but that makes it hard to run if you're working your legs out because it makes them tired. So that's a little tougher, but that's fine. I'm not super worried about my legs. They're more for conditioning and more for...
I feel like he's ending strong. We're getting into spiraling into better and better content as we go here. And we still have the finale video as well, like the post-divorce recap.
Endurance than
I'm not
muscle
dating Beth.
building.
I don't know if she's talked about who she's dating. I know who she's dating, but I don't know if she's made like an official thing about it, and I can't talk about it.
My calves and upper thighs. So that is what it is. But I just want to reiterate, man, the creatine, you can get it pretty cheap. The protein, you can get it pretty cheap. Anybody who's, you know, in their 30s or 40s who felt like they gave up a little bit on their bodies, it's really not that hard. The hardest part...
This guy's been working out for like 2 weeks now.
The hardest part is...
It's just like a person that's been sober off of alcohol for 3 days, and they're like, listen, let me tell you the secrets on how to kick the habit for good.
Stop. I got some sun there. The hardest part is to stop eating junk when you're bored. That's the top problem. Guarantee it. And I know that can happen when we're married and you got kids and you don't have nothing to do. You come home at night and you got shit else to do besides sit around, maybe play video games and eat. But you just got to stop it, or get shit that's not bad.
Yeah, I did a deep dive, no pun intended, about Hannibal's dick surgery. I think, didn't I? Or did we only watch one video about it? I thought maybe I did a deep dive. I don't remember.
Before you eat. Anyway, time's up. Have a great day, everybody.
I'm not. She has a boyfriend.
Hey, everybody.
She's been very clear about that for a while now, and it's not me.
Hey, everybody. Divorce sucks, but I'm going to talk about some stuff that I've noticed lately.
Rediscovering life.
I noticed that over the past few weeks, especially, I'm about, I don't know, 4 or 5 months in. I honestly don't even remember now. It feels like 6 months or 8 months since my
You know what? It'll be kind of fun, though, because leading up to the reveal, it'll be like the Danhausen, who's in the box.
My soon-to-be ex-wife left. And I've gotten to the point where I stopped, watching YouTube videos of self-help and, what was wrong with my relationship and whose fault was it, that kind of BS. At a certain point, you just...
How much money do I want to bet on what? I know for a fact it's not me, and I know for a fact who it is. I'm not placing any bets. What are you talking about?
You just learn. You just figure it out.
What's up, JC?
You figured out what the problem was. It doesn't matter whose fault it was. It was probably both people's fault, unless there was a cheater or something like that. But what I noticed is I started enjoying the things that were interesting.
What would be the point of betting?
Some things that I enjoyed doing to waste time. Not that I have a lot of time to waste. A lot of times
don't you remember they had a video? Remember she did a video date like a few days ago, and then yesterday I think, or the day before, she did a video date, and then they had a quote ramen date.
Things if I got extra time or workout or what have you.
She's also talking about it in her videos too. You can tell she's like real proud about it. She's like, my boyfriend.
And I'm busy socially now, which I really wasn't before, which is cool. I'm doing some things that I hadn't been able to do before. Some things
ticket.
New things, new people. It's really cool. So, yeah, it's just at a certain point you stop comparing your life to what it used to be, and you can open up this whole new world of available things. Sorry, got an itch. Of available things that you can do and available people. The one thing I do notice is there are a lot of people out there in their 40s and maybe late 30s or even 50s, whatever, that have given up on the whole idea of trying to find a relationship. And I think part of that is everybody's jaded. Everybody's had these problems. Everybody's dating and having issues with people they date because they're not finding somebody. They may go on 3, 4, 5, 10 dates and not find somebody, and they may be picky, or they may be
this would be awesome if he continued the series and he just kept getting buffer and buffer, and then eventually he just kept getting more and more red pilled, and we got to see like the birth of a new red pill guru.
Just not finding somebody, and it happens. But there's plenty out there, and you can still have a good time.
Don't get that shit started.
I think you'll find somebody if you find somebody, but there's no reason to force it, because I think people at this age just have decided
the last boyfriend hated me. We don't want the new boyfriend to hate me.
What they like, and they're going to stick with it. Have a good one. Hey everybody. Divorce sucks.
Oh wow.
We're moving on.
Oh my God! Look, it said the horse.
I haven't done a video. Hey everybody. Divorce sucks, but we're
what
moving
the
on.
horse? Isn't that what they call?
Hey everybody.
What's horse? Is that coke or heroin?
Divorce sucks.
The horse sucks.
But we're moving on. I haven't done a video in a little while. I've been crazy busy. Today is my first sprint triathlon in my life.
Here you go, Cody Turbo. This is what you've been waiting for, homie.
I felt more alive.
You know what? Big ups to Dave. He actually did it. No matter whatever else. Like, he said he was going to do this, and here we are.
And healthier
Promises made, promises kept.
in the past few months than I have in a long time. And as you can see, there's a lot of people here. It's pretty amazing. A lot of turnout. It's pretty cool. I'll talk more about it and do more about my channel and more about other divorce stuff and emotions and all that later. But I just want to say that you can use this time after your divorce to better yourself.
The black.
Like I said, I'm feeling amazing. I've done more than I've been able to do my whole life, and it feels great. This is gonna be wild. 8 a.m. and I gotta dive into a lake. Have a good one. Hey everybody. Hey everybody.
Oh, this is an interesting new look here. Hold on, I want to see how close we are to the end. What's his outfit here? He's got the glasses on. Okay, we're in the final few videos now.
I'm talking today about weight loss and working out. I lost a lot of weight over the last few months, and I've been working out a lot. And I was trying to lose weight, and that was great. And I was losing it really fast, like almost
Justice
a pound
for
a day.
Clarence.
Well, what I realized now, I was going way too fast. I wasn't getting enough protein. That's something you don't think about when you're trying to lose weight, and also working out at the same time. So I urge you to keep an eye on that. You know what I mean? You should be getting, they say about, I don't know, like 75% of your body weight in protein per day, which seems like, sorry, not your body weight, grams of your body weight per day. For example, if you're 200 pounds, you should be eating about 150 at least per day. So that's not easy sometimes. Like a good sized chicken breast, 6-8 ounces is only 30 grams.
Wait, you can't say King TL because King TL lost to a black guy in the tournament.
A lot. I mean, that's the equivalent of 4 or 5 chicken breasts, which is a freaking lot. So if you're trying to lose a lot of weight and you're trying to work out, you got to get something else in your body. That's why people use those protein drinks. I started using them. I never thought I would, and I am. And I want to show you something. If you can see it on my fingernails, these are called Bose lines. I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to try to zoom in, zoom out a little.
Right. What about
those
it?
little lines on there? There's white lines. That means that was about a month or two ago by the growth ring, right? I wasn't getting enough protein and my nails stopped growing for a little while at that time. That's bad.
Oh no,
if
I
you
better
see
check
that,
mine.
That's bad. So do you see that in your knuckles? Or I'm sorry, in your fingernails?
I know, I think I told you we only had a few videos left a while back, but by a few I meant like 10.
Check your protein, get some more in your body. Okay?
You guys know I have a hard time saying goodbye to content.
But I'm super happy with how I look. I'm pretty tight
He's
now.
lost quite a bit of weight.
I'm feeling great. Finished that triathlon this last weekend, so it's really bright out here. Everybody have a great day, all right? Hey everybody, it's been a while.
Hey everybody, it's been a while. I just wanted to talk about, I lost you. Just want to talk about my creatine that I started about a month and a half ago, and I've been doing pretty standard workouts, at least 3 times a week, at least hour and a half. That's about it. So I've been taking 5 milligrams every day of creatine after the build period,
nails.
and I have gained 3 centimeters on my biceps.
Final 3 videos, guys. Here we go. This time for real.
3 centimeters on my neck here, which is a little weird, but there's some muscle down there.
Whoa, body measuring. Is he in Grace's Discord?
I've gained only 1 centimeter on my calves, but I'm a runner, so I'm doing a lot of that. I'm not doing a lot of leg workouts. I'm not pushing the pain of that because I don't want to mess up my running. So I expected to not gain much on the calves. My thighs, I've gained 2 centimeters.
No, you're thinking of McHenry,
which
Dave.
is about, it's similar. I mean, I'm gaining some from that, but
I gotta get a drink.
also, like I said, I don't want to.
I love the
hurt
background.
my running. My tricep, I've gained only about an inch. I'm sorry, about a centimeter and a half. For anybody who doesn't know, a centimeter, it's about 2.3 centimeters is or 2.5. 2.5 centimeters is about an inch. My chest, I've gained 3 centimeters. Obviously, you don't know me, so you can't tell, but that's not bad for somebody my size. I am 6'5", right now, under 200 pounds. So
Wow, 6'5", under 2 bills.
I'm really skinny. So to have a chest that size is not terrible. My stomach is actually gone.
Yeah, this is it, La Cosa Nostra. This is the Dave finale, but we're going to continue the Love is Like War series with a new divorce person very, very soon.
Down about I don't know, 7 centimeters, but that was the fat. The fat is almost gone. So I just want to talk about that. Anybody has questions about what I've done, just shoot me a message, man.
I might have been doing creatine monohydrate, 5 grams every day for about a month now. I drank it during my dinner. On workout days, 10 grams. I put 5 grams on whey protein post-workout, and another 5 grams during dinner. I don't really bother about the loading phase, etc. I felt great. Plus, they say creatine has lots of health benefits. I'm currently doing cardio/running for almost 2 months, and starting next month, I will do a HIIT workout. Heart emoji. No. Let's see who got completely ghosted by Dave. Rara. Oh, Stranger Things, Gladiator, and anime. That's not going to make La Cosa Nostra happy.
Hey, everybody.
Final 2 shorts.
Divorce sucks. I'm doing a quick video today. I just want to tell you, man, if you're going through divorce, or I mean, hell, even when you're not, man, your kids, you start lying to them, they're going to figure it out. They know. They'll find out. They know what's going on. They know a lot more than you think they do. I remember growing up when kids were telling me that they knew one of their parents was cheating on the other one before the other parent even knew. You know,
Well,
stuff
dude,
like that.
you didn't know until she told you, apparently.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. That happening with me right now. But
Cicero is
it's just,
screaming.
your kids, man, they're going to find out. You can't lie to them. And what it does, it makes them lose respect for you. And that's never, ever going to go away.
All right,
Just
last
something to think
short
about.
coming up.
Have a
Let's
good one,
go.
everybody.
Strong finish.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, Cosa Nostra, you should also know that Dave was bragging earlier that due to some recent workouts and weight loss, his flaccid penis looks slightly larger than it used to. And we got like 2 minutes of talk about it.
Divorce sucks. Hey,
Here we go. Last short. Look at that. Wow, he's really growing it in.
everybody. Divorce sucks.
Oh my God, the last short. He's wearing a hamburger shirt. Fantastic. He really went out with a flourish.
But it's actually getting better. You know, the further you get into it, the easier it gets because you start to realize things are maybe better off, you know? Anyway, I just wanted to give a quick update. I haven't done a lot of videos lately, but I'll try to give an update. Supposed to set up a mediation. This is an informal mediation. This is a mediation.
No, she did not take him back. We're down to watching his shorts, but they're actually really good. All of them are like 2 to 3 minutes of just nonstop lore, but nothing has really changed. They went to joint therapy over the son, and then he revealed that after his recent workout gains that his soft dick was slightly bigger. I think those are the real revelations.
That you do before the court forces you to. It's usually
Oh
just between
yeah,
a
he said he used to be a grower and now he's more of a shower.
couple lawyers and the 2 people, or 1 lawyer and the 2 people, and they try to sort out whatever they can get sorted out without going to court for it. So I think, for me anyway, the only thing that's likely to get sorted out is the financials, which is really not, I don't think that there's going to be too much of an argument to it. I realize she's going to get half of pretty much everything that she's entitled to, which is, that's just how it is in this state. So it happens. And that is what it is. So we'll get that sorted out, but we just got to get all the financial forms and all that crap set up. So that's annoying. If you don't have access to a printer or something like that,
What?
you know, it can be tough for you. So hopefully you'll be able to do that. Other than that, I'm still trying to get
He should have used Opus Print.
custody of my son. He still wants me to do that. I still want to do that. My family and friends and everybody
Hamburglar.
supports that, and they agree. So I'm going to keep doing that. The problem with that is we're going to have to wait for an ad litem, which is a lawyer for your child, for the best interest of your child. And right now in our county, I've been told that they're backed up 8 to 12 months.
Oh my God.
Right. So we may be sitting on our butts for a while. So we'll see. This is getting over 2 minutes, so have a good one.
All
Hey,
right,
everybody.
that's the end of the shorts. But how does the story end? We've got one last true video to watch. That's where I got the thumbnail from. It's got 10 views on it. The farewell video, only 10 views. It's called Divorce, Dating, and Self-Improvement. This is our farewell to Dave. And I just want to say, going in completely blind, what a great legendary algorithm poll my journey through life and divorce was. I feel like it's just, I really like the fact that it's self-contained, it's so focused, and he just is, he's an interesting guy, but I think I'll be glad to move on to another story, but I will always have a slightly larger than it used to be soft spot for Dave in my heart.
Hey everybody, it's been a while since I've done a video. I'm going to do a walking video because it's just nice out tonight. This is for my channel on divorce and my life and just how things are going, you know. Sorry if I'm a little wobbly. I haven't used the gimbal in a while.
Oh wow, look at him casually dropping this watercolor painting behind him.
So yeah, I haven't done a video in a while, and it's not because anything bad is happening. It's because just...
What if Dead Man does divorce walks? Well, you never know. We're going to continue on with the divorce series. The next one is a woman, but I think there's 3 pretty lengthy streams that I think would do a pretty concise telling of like Dead Man's marriage kind of falling off.
I've been busy.
But I'm sure there's a lot more even after those videos.
So many things to do. I've come back into myself, you know, and I've found...
What's the... hold on. Let's see. Looks like from a year. He started about a year ago, which who knows? Well, hold on. Let's get a 100% right answer on this before we move forward. So May 9th, 2025 was the first video that he put out.
Did.
And then the last video was September 18th of 2025. So that's a pretty, yeah, wow, that's a pretty short time span.
Things that make me happy again, and you know, less
See you later,
worry,
Virginia.
less loneliness. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm not lonely. I'm lonely sometimes. There's a lot of people around. At my age, late 40s, it's with people and with their kids and busyness and jobs, and you got a million things. Especially if your kids are in high school, man. You're just running them around. You're a taxi service. So what that means is it's really hard to match up times with people, to try to make up dates and things like that to set up those times. So that's kind of a pain in the ass. That seems like the biggest pain to me right now. And it's not that nothing's happening. It's just that it's just slower. You know what I mean? It might take 2-3 weeks to set something up with somebody where we can go out. Just because it's, well, is it your weekend with your kids? Is it their weekend with your kids? What about you? And it's sometimes if those don't match up, you're shit out of luck. At least for a while. Like I'm in the position now where I don't feel like that I want to leave my kid, you know, with my parents or whatever on a Friday night so I can go out on a date. You know, my ex has done that, and it kind of pissed off my kid. Which I realize he needs to realize that it's going to happen. It's going to happen, you know. So I've talked to him about that, and he's like, "Yeah, I know." And you and I have talked about it.
I've tried to be more honest with him and more forthright.
Look at the
with him about it.
background. It's beautiful.
And he's fine with it happening. He just wants things to be planned ahead of time. He knows that I'm not going to introduce him to somebody like my ex did to him a few weeks into her separation of me, our separation. So he knows that, and it's going to happen. And it's
of her separation from me. That's heartbreaking for this guy.
probably going to, it's been almost 6 months since she's been gone. So I'm not super worried about always having him, you know, latched onto me. He's old enough now where he doesn't necessarily need that. But I enjoy spending time with him, and I know there's things that he's not getting from his mom. Comfort and just a contact connection that he's not getting with her, and he wants it with me, and I get that, and I understand that, and I love
He was complaining earlier how they went to a joint therapy session with him, his wife, and his kid, like on behalf for the benefit of his kid. And he made the whole thing like about himself, and it was ridiculous.
him to death, and I'll love him forever. So
Divorce
that's
sucks.
still happening, and I'm fine with that. It's takes a lot of your time, but also I have done things like a sprint triathlon. I did some training for that. Didn't think I could ever do that. You know, it's amazing. It was amazing that I was able to do that, and I've gotten in way better shape. It's hard to tell here. But,
Wow.
you know, it's not a great picture, not a great video, but I've gotten in better shape. I've started taking creatine. That's helped me out. And I guess from what I hear, when you're older, it starts to actually help with your brain and your cognitive abilities to remember things, which is great because my family is absolutely horrible about that.
He needs to remember less.
We forget people's names when we get older. Not terribly, but well, my grandma used to call me by her kids' names, and my mom forgets people's names, and it sucks. But it's not like we're forgetting to take our medicine. It's not like we're forgetting how to drive. It's not like we're forgetting shit like that. So it's just, oh, what's his name? You know, that kind of deal.
Roger
Not
from
too big a deal.
American
But anyway,
Dad. Oh, come on.
With all the stuff that
That's
I'm doing
mean.
physically and mentally, I'm really trying to just be in better shape. I don't want to die early. I see all these people that
I don't
my
wanna
age.
die.
Hell, I've seen people that I went to high school with that are popping off, having heart attacks, strokes. That's insane. We're not even 50 yet, you know? That's not going to happen to me, man. So I'm running triathlons. I keep challenging
La
my...
Cosa Nostra, can you believe that, well, he's a year older than I am, but like in these videos, he's the same age that I am right now. I just feel like I'm looking at somebody that's like 20 years older than me, like the way that he's acting and his whole like lifestyle. Maybe it's because my lifestyle is so ridiculous.
myself, okay, what am I going to challenge myself for this week? After I did the triathlon, I challenged myself
I feel like this guy lives in the real world. I live in like a kind of
I'm gonna run
comic.
10 miles by the end of the summer. The next week, I ran 10 miles. Okay, well, that was easy. What am I going to do then? I've got my distance down. Oh, this is really getting wobbly. I got my distance down. Let's
He
try.
did skip the loading phase.
I don't like the stability. This is a little rough. Why is it wobbling like that? Let's see if I can do that maybe. That's better. Okay.
No
Frickin'
shit,
that's
stress
better.
is the silent killer.
So I challenged myself to...
He said specifically that he didn't agree with the people who said you needed a load-in phase.
Let's do more speed. I've got the endurance now. I can
Let's
run
do
10
more
miles.
speed.
I'm consistently running 6 miles,
Lalo
4 miles,
coded.
whatever I have time for. But let's try to bump up the speed. My next challenge was going to be, I want to run 3 miles in under 21 minutes, and I want to run a 5K in under 22 minutes. The next week, at work on my lunch
Do you think that's what happened? Why he stopped making videos?
break, which I usually take it easy, I thought, you know what, I'm going to try this. And I ran.
I feel like that would have been a news story, and these videos would have more views if he had.
3 miles in 20 minutes and 1 second, which blew my mind. I didn't think I could do that. I think a lot of people probably didn't think I could do that. I think a lot of people my age couldn't even think of doing that. So I was super proud of myself. Did that. Then I'm like, okay, well, maybe I can do better. Maybe I can do better. So this week, today, I took off running at lunch again. Not optimal timing, I wasn't, my body wasn't prepared. I didn't stretch great beforehand. Sorry. I didn't do all that stuff that you would do to prep. This was my lunch break.
This is like this is the backbone of America right here, the heartland.
Trying to get a quick run in, right? Well, I ran 3 miles in under 19 minutes. Was it 19? Yeah. 19. It was.
What do you think Dave would think if he knew that I covered every aspect of his divorce while smoking weed the whole time?
18 minutes, and I want to say about...
I think he would be glad that somebody listened, especially with full context. This was an incredibly self-indulgent deep dive of a subject I wanted to watch. Like, I just think stuff like this is better if you watch it on stream, like, because then you can watch it with other people. I just feel like that you really dial in on it then.
36 seconds, which blew my mind. My first mile was 6 minutes, 18 seconds. The second mile...
He's imagining that he's running to stop that guy from porking his wife.
5 minutes, 56 seconds. Holy shit.
He's like, no.
I couldn't believe that. I didn't think I could break a 6 minute mile. I'm old. I couldn't have done that when I was young. And I did it, and it blew my mind. So I'm so happy about that
Dave's
today.
channel.
That happened. But yeah, find something that you enjoy. Find something to challenge yourself. Man, if you can work out, do it. If you can't, that sucks, but you got to find something to fill that time.
Man,
I
every
don't care what
background
you
is
do.
great
There's
in
always
these videos.
some kind of workout or challenge that you can do for yourself. But you have to make a challenge, Last month, my son and I went out to Colorado for the first time, and it was amazing. We went to the Great Sand Dunes and up into the mountains, Rocky Mountain National Park. It was amazing. I'd love to go again. Just money prohibits right now. I'm trying to get a second vehicle up and running because when you're by yourself and you need a vehicle, it's like, well, if my vehicle's down, I'm shit out of luck. So I got another cheap one, and it's kind of a piece of crap. So that sucks. So I got to do a little work on that. I had a guy look at it, and he's told us what was wrong with it. So I'm going to try to see what me and my nephew can do on it to get it running. Got some kind of message. Something.
You can't see it because of the stupid how they changed the UI and doesn't line up well with my default frame. But like I commented and asked him who he thought built the pyramids.
Something from my ex. She wants to know for a weighted blanket.
Dave's divorce only lasted 4 months. Ben's went for 4 years.
It's still there. I don't know. Track your shit for you. Come get it. My ex has left a lot of her stuff still at the house.
Was there somebody in the Raymond the Black Pill Rabbi? Good eye, man. Good eye. Let's give him a like so we can return to him.
Oh, shalom.
Yeah, I think we need to revisit that guy. Good eye, man.
It's like she's living out of her car. She still hasn't gotten a place to live, even though she said she had a place lined up months ago. She's bouncing back and forth between this guy's house and her dad's house. My son doesn't like it. She went and got a dog. She's trying to get another cat. And she doesn't even have a real place to live.
She took the family cat, ripped from Dave's bosom, the family cat that he had... took a while, but eventually intensely bonded with. And now she's just piling more pets on top of more pets, all trying to replace Dave and his long hugs.
Yet. But that doesn't matter. That's not my business. I'm still going for custody for my son, but nothing's moved on that. I don't know what's going on. I guess the lawyers have been talking about some of the financials and stuff, but I really haven't heard anything. And this is looking to stretch out. It wouldn't surprise me if it was another 4 to 6 months from what I'm hearing. just to start getting like mediation and that stuff.
Who's
going, which,
Ramal?
I mean, it doesn't bother me. I've run into some women who won't go out with me, or will
Based.
maybe go out just as a quick evening, but not date anything more than that, because I'm still technically married, even though I've been separated for 6 months.
Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with that. I completely understand if somebody doesn't want to cross a certain point with somebody who's still married, because there always is that chance they could get back together.
Of getting back with my ex. I did promise
Which
I'd
guy
leave
in
the door
glasses?
open if she wanted to talk about things, all the way up until the point where she signed the final divorce papers, which that's
This guy?
You know what I mean? The problem is after all the work that I've done with myself, and that I'm seeing her go further downhill while I'm going uphill, just seems
I think we've watched
like,
him before.
Why would you want to put yourself through that again? You know? And even my son, poor little guy, is telling me, don't do it. Don't. He says, if you think about getting back with her again, he goes, I'm here and I'm going to remind you how she treated you. That's pretty messed up to hear
Oh,
from
look
an
at this!
11-year-old.
Look at this backdrop! Wow.
12 years old now, last week. But, you know, it is what it is. He doesn't know everything. I know that. She has her feelings, and I try to explain to him. Everybody feels differently about how they were treated. Everybody feels differently about how they feel like they should have been treated. Everybody feels different about how, you know what I mean? Everything. Everything's different. People are different.
Was that the guy you were
sometimes
talking
just
about,
people just
Randy?
don't
The
get
guy
what
with the
they
glasses? Did I get the right one?
want out of a relationship.
Hey, what are you
Or
doing
maybe
over
they
there?
did.
Quit that.
I know a lot of people that are my age or around my age right now, just in my small area alone, that are getting divorced. And it's just wild. It's just, a lot of these people, it's around 20 years.
It's wild.
20 to 18, 20, 25 years. And then they're just, one of them's just like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't love you anymore. Or this is, I feel like I can do something different. Or hell, some of them just want to be alone. And that's fine, I guess. Be alone if you want. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem being alone. That's something it was tough to get used
Look
to for a
at
while.
this backdrop.
Yeah, I get lonely.
Come on. I mean, look at that. Look at this. Could be a jigsaw puzzle. This is a jigsaw puzzle quality backdrop.
Sometimes, but yes, there's things that I love about it. I love being able to wake up on a Saturday morning at 8:30 or 8 or 6 or 5 or whatever, start some coffee in my underwear, walk around. Hell, sometimes I'll walk out on the front porch in my underwear if there's nobody out there. I live out in the country. There's only cows across the road. Neighbors are old. Don't come out unless they're letting their dogs poo. Poo. Anyway, yeah, I can just wander around and nobody's going to hassle me about it, I feel good about my body now.
Oh, you want to know what? Feel good about his body count.
Go out running with my. I feel good about my body now.
Oh,
I go
body
out running
now.
with my shirt off.
Oh, you want to know what his channel is?
And
Oh,
women
hang
are
on, I'll tell you.
Taking second looks, which is really nice. It makes me feel good about myself.
Mr. Gaming Guitarist.
Since I started taking that creatine about a month and a half ago, I've gained 2 or 3 centimeters, depending on in different areas. I think I gained 2.5 or 3 centimeters on my bicep. I mean, you don't know what it looked like before, but it's very nice looking. For me, for my age, I was an athletic person. I did athletics when I was growing up, but my body is not built for it. It's just not. I'm tall, I'm super skinny. Well, I wasn't skinny for a while. One of the spots where my measurements
Well, and he's
going
only doing it because, remember, he said his soft dick is slightly larger than it used to be. So he's like, before that, I didn't have the confidence to go out on the front porch in my underwear, but now I do.
down is my belly. I lost about 7 centimeters on my belly over the last month and a half, which is nice. And I can actually start seeing definition in abs. I don't know if I'll ever actually have toned abs, but it's starting to suck in on the sides where you can see there's a massive difference. And if I want to take some pictures of my back when I flex. Because
Do you think this is him? And I mean, it is a healthy coping mechanism, I guess, out of what he could be doing. But do you think having that control, like over his body and the workout stuff, is helping him cope with like the stuff that he can't control in regard to his ex?
because it's pretty amazing and I love it. And I would recommend anybody who wants to get to gain weight, but gain muscle weight, is to try that creatine. Is creatine monohydrate. There's still one on Amazon right now. It's these little pills. You take 2 pills a day after your startup phase.
He has to have time to play Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering. He can't spend all of his time at the gym.
Right now, I think it's only $10, and it lasts almost 2 months worth, or a month and a half, for $10. Totally worth it. Don't fall for all that BS with the big expensive powders and crap like that. This is the same stuff.
Cut the bullshit.
It's just $10 for a month and a half's worth instead of 20 or 30 or $50. Don't fall for that crap.
Mm-mm.
All you need is the basic stuff. They may add extra stuff to it. They may add vitamins, minerals, stuff like that to beef it up, you know. But you don't need all that. Watch your diet, deal with your diet,
Oh, no, it looks great.
and then just pop these little monohydrate pills and use it. The number one thing, I did this in another video. See these little, the little lines right there.
Oh boy, the fingernail lines. This is a longer video since I haven't done one in a while. It's a general update on how things are going with my divorce and things going on in my life. I know it's boring to some people, but this is the channel, lol. I'm happy to talk about more details of my feelings and or what's going on, or suggestions I might have, you people, if they are interested. Okay. Well, let's see if he responds to me about who built the pyramids.
There in my finger, right? That was bad nutrition that I found out about a month ago. It's on almost all my fingers, all my fingernails. My nails had stopped growing a couple of different times. You can see it. It's in a couple of different spots.
I'm trying to see.
Won't focus very well, but it's in a couple of different spots on there, and that was like a few days or a week here and there where I wasn't getting enough protein.
Uh-oh, there
in my
I can
body.
see
I was
on the
losing weight
lines.
so fast. And I was just like, all right, I feel great. Well, hell, I started feeling weaker, weaker. And I could definitely feel like I'm not just losing fat, I'm losing muscle. That's when I started to do the creatine a month and a half ago. And I feel like, personally, I'm not going to stop taking the creatine. If I can afford it,
no.
I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep working out.
This is like Humble King. It's me. He's like, I'm not going to stop taking the Pan-X ginseng.
If you are not working out at all, you're probably not going to gain anything from it. But if you are even doing 2-3 hours a week of strength training, now you're going to have to lift weights. You got to get it to the point where you're tearing those muscles, because all the creatine does is help you fill in those gaps in the muscles faster, so that you build muscle faster. That's the whole idea of it. Like I said, I've gained 2-3 centimeters on my biceps, on my neck.
Boy,
like
wow, he
4
is.
centimeters on
We're
my
never going to hear the end of these these size gains.
neck, which is kind of weird. Not
Okay, there's no way he's going to bring it up again. I refuse to believe that he will talk about his dick gains. I don't think so.
Of course, that's way down here at the bottom where a lot of the muscles are. My shoulders have always been fairly tight because I was a swimmer. Crooked here again. But, so, I mean, I don't know how I would measure a shoulder anyway, but my chest, I think, is up, I want to say 4 centimeters.
Honey pack.
Which doesn't seem like a lot, but over a month and a half, I mean, think about that. Over a year, month and a half, what's that, 8? 8 of those in a year? If you could keep doing that, good Lord. If you could get 12 centimeters, 12 to 15 centimeters of your chest built up in a year, that's a difference people are going to see. They're going to notice. That's a lot. And you're going to feel great. I mean, I'm in these tighter shirts. This is a
Oh,
small.
boy.
I wore extra large shirts 6 months ago. And now I wear them and it looks like I'm wearing a fucking trash bag. It's ridiculous. And I feel terrible wearing those bigger clothes because it looks terrible. I'm having to cinch up my pants. I hate having
That's
to buy new
true.
clothes, but you do.
I think a lot of guys default to baggy clothes, but they hardly ever look better.
But by God, it feels 100 times better. Oh man, to be able to.
Now, I
To wear-
wouldn't recommend going Dorunda tight on the shirts, but just like the right size.
Wear those nicer clothes that fit right instead of having to worry about, does my belly hang over this? Fuck that. Fuck that. I feel so much better. And it doesn't even take that much time. I really don't even spend that much more time lately since I've been in the middle of divorce by myself. I don't spend that much more time working out than I did before.
Yeah, you want to get the dick gains while you're in the box. That way you can, it's a selling point. She'll be like, "Oh, I was thinking about it, but now he's got that extra quarter inch of hang. I think I might stick around."
I just focused. I focused. The hard
You're gonna wear Dorunda tight shirts? I mean, I feel like that would be so uncomfortable.
part. Here's the hard part. This is the hard part. When you are married, when you have kids.
Oh my God, did you guys see that they released a bunch of footage from inside the Nutty Putty Cave rescue? I couldn't believe it. EWU has it. It was crazy.
Your diet. Everybody's got to eat the meal. Well, when I'm by myself, I can cook a really healthy meal. Well, my kids ain't going to eat that healthy meal. So when you're married and you have kids, wife's got her own dietary restrictions and or just doesn't like the same things you do. Or, but I can eat
Look at this. He's just
protein pasta.
This guy's just stumble. I don't know if he does have, we did notice earlier, he has very steady hands. And I think that shows, but like his camera work is like, it's very effortless, but like again, he's walking in a really picturesque area, but it just seems like he always gets a really good shot. Unlike when he's just filming himself in front of a shower curtain.
Pasta, spinach, a shit ton of spinach, and some shaved beef. That's what I had tonight.
Oh my God, Nutty Putty Cave is crazy. And it's been like, happened in 2009. It's like really big on YouTube videos about it. And then somehow there was this footage that, I don't think anyone had ever seen before.
I think the total was, I don't know, like about $10, which is kind of a lot for one person for a meal made at home, but not really. Well, I take that back because I got 2 meals out of that. And the protein in that meal and the iron was huge. It was basically 8 ounces of shaved beef, which was
Shaved
like,
beef.
I don't know, I want to say like
That's what he needs to
60,
get.
70 grams of protein, which is a lot. You need, if you're working out, you need at least 75% of your body weight in kilograms of protein.
Speaking of, do you remember when he did that just completely out of nowhere? Like I think one of maybe 2 videos that weren't divorce related was the one where he like talked about LGBTQ. What was the other one? He had found a thing to put a spill-proof mat to put under his coffee machine.
I said that before. This is a longer video. And I know this is supposed to be about my divorce and all that shit. And I know it sucks. There just hasn't been any updates on the divorce thing, other than my ex continuing to do the things that every list that I see or video that I see, they say, if you're getting divorced and you want custody, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And she keeps adding to the list. She keeps doing that. She'll show up late. She'll not show up.
Look
to
at
pick him up.
this. Oh,
She'll forget to tell me things that she's supposed to tell me about the school or about an appointment.
incredible.
It's just silly. And it's just, best I can do is write it down, and I don't know.
That
I
big
don't know.
old
I feel
tree,
bad
man.
for her, but it's
Fantastic.
I do, but I don't. It's like I feel bad for her as if I felt bad for somebody that I didn't know. That,
No.
that
You
has
did know her,
problems.
man. You
It is-
did know her, though, Dave. That's such a cope. You knew who she was because you took her back after she cheated on you with your best friend, got pregnant by him, divorced you, then had an abortion, got back with you, had 3 to 4 long-term non-consensual affairs, multiple consensual affairs that were funded by your money. Like, you can't say like, oh, how could I have ever seen this happening? Like, come on, dude. Not to mention that she told him what she wanted and he just straight up said like he wasn't going to do it.
What it is, I can't help you, but, and it's not gonna, I'm not gonna hold stuff against her necessarily. Now I did.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it's like Ruby's neighborhood. Everybody knows her business.
I went to an appointment the other day, took him to an appointment, 20 minutes away, found out that the appointment had been canceled. They left a message on her answering service machine, phone, whatever. And she didn't tell me that, or she didn't get it. She says she didn't get it. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Was I mad at her? No, it was annoying. I wasn't mad at her. Did I write it down for the court to see? Absolutely. That's important. I don't care whether she says she didn't get the message or not. It happened.
They don't even have to eavesdrop. They can just go on YouTube and watch it.
I found for years,
man, look at this
that
fucking
she was
tree,
lying
dude.
about
Wow.
little stuff like that all the time. Little stuff like that. So that I didn't, I don't know, so that I didn't look down on her, so that I didn't hate her. I don't know what
Man, what a
it was.
tree.
But I would rather have just told me the truth and said, hey, I fucked up. I forgot to tell you. Than to lie. Because what that tells me is she's willing to lie to me for her own feelings.
A lot of
Which
trampolines
really I
in
should
this
have
neighborhood.
known better. I mean, I shouldn't have let it go. She has so many issues that, you know, look at some other videos about the conditions and all that.
We watched them all, buddy.
The road now. She's got a lot of conditions, and I try to let that stuff slide, but I don't. And I can feel bad about that she has it, but I don't have to take any of that on me anymore. I'm not her white knight anymore.
Let's go,
not,
based.
You know, I'm not getting love bombed. I want to do a video on that one of these days. Maybe it's just a real quick short one. I'll do a real quick short one about the measurements soon. But anyway,
didn't we just have it? Didn't we just hear 2 straight descriptions of every size gain he's received?
My other videos, I hope that you feel like I look better. I feel like I'm healthier. I feel like I'm doing things. There's some stuff around the yard that I would like to have done, but I'm just spending so much time on myself. I'm planning a vacation by myself for the first time really in my life.
Let's go. Solo vacation, sex tourism for Dave. That'll fix this situation.
For myself, to go by myself to Puerto Rico in February. Because I thought, you know what? That's not really going out of the country. It's pretty safe. There's some pretty cool stuff there. There's some hiking, there's some mountains, rainforest. The only real rainforest, I guess, in the United States. Park Service? I don't know. That's what they said. But anyway, I think I'm going to be able to do this whole trip for 5 nights for less than $700, and that's with food.
Happy Mother's Day to Courtney
So,
Thorpe. True.
If you can do those little tricks.
And
with
Vinny
the-
Slugga's mom.
There's a worm on me. If you can do those little tricks, you can save a ton of money, especially when you're going by yourself. I will feel bad that I'm not taking my son on this one, but there's things you need to do by yourself. You're a fucking adult, you know?
You're
Go
a
on
fucking
vacation by
adult.
yourself
Listen to this guy.
and just relax and enjoy it. I can get around and I can walk. I can just walk forever around old San Juan, see all the art museums and things like that, and not have to worry about another
Around Old St. Juan?
person being dragged around.
Or Old San Juan?
So-
Wow.
We're going to try that in February. I'm waiting to hear back from a lady there that's got a room to rent. $35 a night. I mean, come on now. Can't beat that. $35 a night.
Hold on. So this guy goes to San Juan in a $35 a night room from somebody he met online. Never drops another video. Oh, I hope Dave's all right.
For 5 nights. $235 flight. The rest is just food.
and probably $75 to park at the airport, right? But other than that, things have just been busy. So I'll try to do more videos on things that have to do with divorce. I just wanted to put an update in there about right now about what I'm doing, about what I've got going on. Just keeping busy, man. Just super busy. I can barely find time to meet up with people, which is a good thing and a bad thing, you know. I wouldn't say I'm lonely so much as I feel like.
Correct me if I'm wrong, La Cosa Nostra, but are you staying at a resort for $35 a night? It sounded like he was going to rent a room from some woman that he met online. Do you think he was in like one of those do you think he ended up in a real life hostel scenario?
I could.
I'm genuinely freaking out about this now. Like my anxiety's through the roof.
More women than I've already been hanging around with.
Was Dave murdered and tortured by the coastal elites?
Not necessarily more. I'm not trying to say, I want to go out with 5 women every week. No, just to be introduced to more people, to say hi, to learn more about it. You know what I mean? More about different people. So I've got a couple I'm talking to right now. Maybe I'm hoping to do something this Friday night. So we'll see. Friday, I think I'm going to be busy playing a game with some friends. It is what it is. But
what's wrong with the Shirley Temple?
My beard. I've gotten used to it. It looks okay. It's a little rough. I don't know. My hair's still growing in better than it was. It looks better.
He should take one of these supposedly mini broads that are hitting on him and take him out on. Now he looks like Bryan Danielson, the wrestler.
I love it. I think it has to do a lot with the testosterone from working out. I would suggest that.
Didn't Cody Turbo say something about the creatine can like hasten hair loss?
Anybody, it just helps. I've started seeing more veins and arteries and stuff popping up on the outside of my body when I'm working out. And from what I read,
that's a G thanks cope. Oh, I'm so vascular.
You're healthy. And I think it's a little weird, but I've seen online that women think that that's sexy because that means you are a healthy person. It's like one of those weird inner things that makes them feel like you're a healthy person without them knowing that, you know what I mean? Subliminal kind of primal thing, whatever. I don't know. But it makes me feel like my workouts are doing something. And for sure.
What's wrong with the Shirley Temple?
That testosterone is helping me feel better. It's helping my hair grow. It's helping muscle growth. It's doing all that stuff. So have a great day, everybody. I will do some more videos.
I like Dave just showing the whole front of his house. Oh, look, there's the cat. Is that a new cat? Or is that the ghost of a cat? Man, what a
lot of subscribers, but if I keep doing this, maybe people will listen. Feel free, if anybody's listened this long wants to know anything about what's going on with me or anything that I've learned, absolutely just ask. I'll talk about whatever anybody wants to talk about. Nobody's really asked. I get it.
Oh no, he's like, please, somebody ask me. Nobody's really asking. I'm asking. We're asking.
I'm just some nobody.
Dave.
Or free, if anybody's listened this long wants to know anything about what's going on with me or anything that I've learned, absolutely just ask. I'll talk about whatever anybody wants to talk about. Nobody's really asked. I get it. I'm just some nobody from in the middle of nowhere going through my own shit. You may be going through your shit. Regardless, I'll talk if you want to listen. And I'm interested in what you have to say. And I'm interested in your stories. So feel free. I'd be happy to talk or about other people's stories. So I'd be happy to talk with somebody and go over their story. If they don't want to talk about it, that's cool. We'll do it. Okay, so I'm going to drop this. Have a good evening, everybody.
Whoops. Well, there you go. That's the story of Dave. No further updates. And this was September 18th, 2025. So it's been a minute since he's posted. I don't like the sound of the getaway with the woman online. Hopefully Dave is alive. Man, what an interesting story. Like, it was so much better than I ever anticipated. I thought it would be like maybe we do the first episode and then kind of, maybe move on from it, but I think it was pretty much good throughout the whole thing. I mean, it's a little repetitive, but I feel like most people who watch this channel probably like loops. Well, Dave, if you ever see this, buddy, what a story. You are a folk hero to me. I I love your content. I hope that you'll come back because I want to listen, buddy. I want to hear everything you want to talk about. So hopefully he'll respond to me. I wish I'd have asked him maybe something other than who does he think built the pyramids, but we'll see how it works out. I've got one more bonus divorce video, and I let you guys vote on it earlier, and you voted for the trans option. Let me bring it up. So this is something I thought looked interesting, but I didn't really know where to put it because it's an odd length. It's too long for Boyd Watch Live, but it's not really long enough for like a deep dive. So let me pull it up real quick. Here we go. I think this is all told.
It's actually comfortable too.
I think this is mostly told through TikToks, but this is another divorce story that I thought was interesting, but I didn't know where else to put it. So here we go. Story time part 1, redo her marriage and how her ex-husband came out as a trans woman.
All right, so this is a kind of redo of the part 1 of how my ex-husband came out to me as a trans woman and a little bit of backstory of our marriage beforehand. And I am redoing this because initially when I told the story, there were not very many people watching. And there's some details I was a little bit uncomfortable with having out there. So this is to kind of protect not only me and my children, but my exes, kind of their story and some of their identity. So yeah, we met in 2014. We met at the Mormon church. So we were in what's called
at the Mormon church
singles ward, which is a congregation of young adults between 18 and 30-ish. And the entire goal of these congregations is to get people to start dating and married off to other fellow Mormons. And so that's really your thought process when you're attending these churches. You're looking for people to date. And I had just finished my residency. I'd done a 2-year residency post-pharmacy school. And so I was in a place where I'm like, all right, my career's on track. I'm ready now. I've never been a huge dater. I'm pretty selective, but I also was very career focused. So I show up one Sunday and I see this new boy that I'd never seen. I'm like, who is he? He's cute. And come to find out he had just converted from, he'd been raised Catholic, but had been exploring a lot of religions and had converted to Mormonism about 8 months before and had just started attending this singles congregation. So we start chatting. I'm like, okay, kind of interested in this person, which is for me a big thing when if I'm interested, like, okay. So the following week we had a midweek activity and it happened to be my birthday and he found that out and came up and was like, what are we doing for your birthday? And so very confident, very forward. I really like that about him. Come to find out he's about 4.5 years younger than me, which I had never dated younger.
Do you think people have a different reaction to this type of divorce content versus like how they view her versus how they would view Dave?
But his confidence, and he was just very driven. He had
Hey Matt, how's it going?
accomplished a lot in the military up to that point. He was a reservist.
I saw you talking about dating and relationships with Ben. That was a great segment.
And with special forces, we just had a lot of very cool accomplishments to accomplish by that age. I think he was 22 at the time we met. And also was in school full time and also worked full time. And so like in talking to him, it's like, oh wow, you're this very driven individual. He has this, this pathway of life he was on. So we start dating. And I remember even our first kiss, I was like, oh my goodness, like this could be the person. Like just, sparks flew, I guess, as they say. So we had a very quick dating. By April, we were talking marriage. We were engaged by July.
Wow.
And we went to my hometown. He asked my parents' permission. Very traditional, very much like, I'm the man and I'm going to be the man of the house. I'm going to ask your dad for permission.
Very trad.
And we were married by September. So again, very fast, like basically a year from meeting to dating, dating to married, but
agreed, Cosa
that is
Nostra.
more common in the Mormon religion. Like I remember people saying things like, wow, you guys have been dating so long and you're not engaged yet. And like, we've been together for 6 months. So it's just a kind of normal cultural thing. And I also had saved myself for marriage and I was about 27 and I was, you want to start moving things along at that point in time. So we got married. We definitely had struggles in our early marriage.
Wow.
And
Hi, Ben. Hi, Grace, if you can hear this.
One of the things I noticed was he was very stressed out and overwhelmed with everything going on. And so I ended up suggesting that he quit his job and just get a focus on school, because I got to do that and I got to just go to college and focus on it. But since he was doing
Shout out to the C Cuppers.
online school, he always had all this other stuff. So he did that, quit his job. I worked full time, and he was supposed to be doing school full time and had struggles with that, really struggled with kind of the lack of schedule almost. It was almost like that made it harder. So that wasn't going well. So then I realized that the only time that he seemed truly happy was when he would go to his reserve weekends. So I asked if he had ever thought of, being active duty at this point in our lives. He had actually wanted to join as active duty, but was underage at the time. And so his parents really wanted him to go to school. So that's why he was a reservist. So ended up kind of jumping at that opportunity. I suggested within a few months he was, active duty.
Dave did not come out as trans. He's very masculine and has many women coming after him, Matt. And also his penis has gained size in its flaccid state.
We got stationed out in California. So we go up there, I find a job, I'm working full time, he's working full time, he starts school back up, the military has tuition assistance, they're helping out. Again, I am very much the traditional, even though we're both working full time, I'm taking care of the house, the cooking, the cleaning, the laundry. Like, we'd go to the gym and stuff, and he'd do meal prep type things, but in general, I was very much the one running the household, very kind of traditional roles.
Very trad.
School, again, had a lot of struggles there, a lot of just not turning things in, being overwhelmed with life and the busyness of life. Ended up failing. I found out later, I didn't keep count, failing like 11 classes over the years, caused a lot of issues in our marriage. I was definitely not kind about it. A lot of it I would find out after, kind of it being hidden.
What does that mean? I was definitely not kind about it. What? She's like self-sweeping, but still being able to be like, oh, I was honest. I said I was, not kind about it.
Which would make me even angrier, but then it was like, well, I can't tell you because you'll get angry and I have to walk on eggshells. And so there were definitely...
No, he had lost quite a bit of weight, and he said that he was making a video that he said was definitely not to his ex-wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, but that by exercising and losing weight that he had gone from being a quote-unquote grower to a quote-unquote shower.
Issues in our marriage and things
he
that
might
were
be
being
bisexual
hidden and lied about, and part
well
of it was
wait
kind of...
If you think Dave has feminine pretty eyes, wouldn't that make you bisexual, or no?
Because of him being scared how I would react and me being frustrated that I continued to be lied to, so then there was trust issues. So there definitely was...
Do you think it's because they look like they're the eyelashes?
Not perfection, but we overcame it time and time again. We had gone to counseling, we were each other's best friends. Like, we did still have so much fun together.
Wow, Randy.
We also did a lot of traveling during this time period, and we got to go overseas and Hawaii and all over the country. Every 3-day weekend I would try to, plan some little road trip or plan a trip. And so, we did have a lot of fun together, and there was a lot of good in our marriage. So we did decide to have a child. So 4 years after getting married, we had our first kid in 2019. And that,
So 4 years married, they have a kid, and that's in 2019.
Was amazing. We love being parents together, and I know kids don't save a marriage and they're on a Band-Aid, but having him and the joy and bringing us together in parenthood, our marriage, just it really honestly was very, very...
Wait, you think Randy, you think that Dave should take a Ben Thorpe approach and send her a flaccid dick pic?
Good at that point.
Well, Ben's always saying that you do that to create a mystery. She might be thinking, hey, if it's big or soft, maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe she'll expect further gains.
And getting to a really good point. So we decided to have a second child.
I'm sure sending his ex-wife that he's going through a custody battle with an unsolicited dick pic would go over well with a judge.
And I got pregnant pretty quickly. My son was 10 months old when I got pregnant again. And then we got stationed in the South. And so it was during COVID. We were moving out. We had done a really good job. We paid off all our student debts, our cars, everything, so we had no debt. So I decided to take a year off of work when we first moved here. One, because of COVID. I got to work a little bit remotely at my prior hospital because I was in infectious diseases, actually. And so they were like, oh, yeah, we need to keep you on until we get our next person trained up. And so I had a few months of remote work. And then it was like, my daughter was going to be born in 3 months. And we decided, you know what, I'm just going to take the year off and stay home and support him in his job. He, again, was very busy.
Wow, very trad, taking a year off.
He had gone a lot. He kind of goes all in and was really at work a lot. So I got to stay home for about a year. Well, my daughter hit a year old, and...
Well, I know this is Mother's Day, but I think we should give a happy Father's Day to Ben Thorpe, who has not only taken 1 year off, he's put his career on hold and his life on hold for 4 years now, trying to help Grace get on her feet and get started in the entertainment industry.
Financially, I was like, probably should start looking at going back to work. So I find a part-time job. The first couple weeks we didn't have childcare. We had a nanny situation that was going to start in the summer. But he was like, oh, no problem, I'll take PTO off. I'll stay home with the kids those 2 weeks of Monday through Wednesday. So I come home in the second week of this situation and ask what he does during nap time. And he said, oh, I had some self-care time. I'm like, well, that's fun. And he goes, look, and he shows me that he had painted his toenails pink. And this man had...
Uh-oh. Okay, so is this like the first sign that something is shifting? Because Ben always says that about John with the fingernail painting. So he painted his toenails pink. What's up, Get Crack? 267, happy Mother's Day to chat and Mark's Mamas. Thank you, Get Crack, for me, for my dispensary and liquor store fund. Thank you. Thank you, my good man.
Never done anything like this. We've
My
gone
good
on
man.
pedicures together, but again, like a lot of men actually do get pedicures and take care of their foot and on base, and he hiked all the time with boots and all these things. And so other than that though, like he had never painted his nails, he'd never expressed anything like wanting to do that. He was always very like masculine and these testosterone filled jobs, very much played that role of the manly man and supported some ideologies and political things that were very much on that end that we would kind of go back and
Some ideologies.
forth on, because I'm more on like the like liberal feminist type side of things. Obviously I'd always been a career woman, all these things, although I did fulfill the household role of taking that on as a wife. So I kind of was that, you know, mix of like religion and what I've been taught and taking care of the home and supporting him, but also still having my own career. A little bit of a dichotomy, I guess. But anyway, then he goes, and then I wanted to feel a little sexy, and shows me that he's wearing my sports bra and underwear.
Yo, what? Okay, so now he's... Okay.
And I flipped out, and I basically said, what the hell? Go figure out what's going on, pack your bags. This is not you. And I just cried.
Oh, wow. So he showed her... he put on her, like, sports bra and underwear, revealed it to her, and then she's like, I'm out. Or, like, kicked him out? What?
In my room, because I just knew there was this huge shift coming. And then over the next couple weeks, he started to find a therapist. And I just remember laying in bed together and him being like, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. What if I'm actually a trans woman? Like, what if this is really what I am? And so then, yeah, after a couple weeks of therapy, we were actually on the way to a family reunion. And on the drive from the airport up to the family reunion house, he came out and officially said, I'm a trans woman. And so that was very hard because we're at a family reunion with all my family.
What's up, crew? So this all... Once things started, it sounds like it went pretty fast.
I'm trying to cope with this. We still have a 1 and a 2-year-old. During that family reunion, actually, I remember starting my first postpartum period and him making a comment about him basically being jealous about that, and I flipped out on him and said some very mean things. And it was just not
very McHenry coded.
a great start to anything. And it was really hard, but we were hiding it so well, and my family was actually complimenting us on how well we were communicating and how we'd come so far in our marriage. We were doing so good, which is why she felt safe coming out, because we were in such a good place. But then we also were in this really, really hard place. So yeah, that's kind of the story of it all. It was very, very hard and just such a shock. And I had no idea. And I mean, I think she didn't even have an idea. So yeah.
So I feel like I've tried so many times to share the story of what happened after my ex-husband came out as a trans woman. And it just turns out really chaotic every time. And I think it just was really chaotic. So it was a really chaotic
I'll
time.
never understand the motivation for some of these people who just seem like, you know, they have normie lives to want to put all this out there.
My life. So my ex-husband came home to him wearing my underwear in April. By mid to end May, he was officially saying, I am a trans woman. We go to a family reunion. I'm hiding it. I'm trying to cope with all of it, but we are trying to talk it through.
And she's talking about it during a get ready with me.
Means I'm trying to ask different questions, like, does this mean he absolutely has to transition? Can we acknowledge he's trans or she's trans and still live the life we know? Is there any way I'm going to be able to stay in this marriage?
You think she could, like, she's going to parlay this into something like the Hawk Tuah girl?
I had never questioned my sexuality, never questioned if I could be with someone that looked like a woman and, you know, love them for who they were. But that's a whole other thing too, because it's, as much as someone can say it's who I really am and it's who I've always been, when that has not been how they've presented themselves to you their whole life or your whole marriage, it is hard, because now I am having to get to know this new person, because I was married to a very macho presenting, masculine, you know, Marine man, and now I'm having to watch as she navigates all of these different things of how she wants to be as a woman. And it was just a really, really chaotic, tricky time.
I like her makeup, just saying.
So things that I remember are that we had been talking about having our third child. My daughter had just turned 1. Our first 2 are 19 months apart. My ex wanted a third kid really close.
They all dream about it, and then when they get it, the vast majority of them either don't have anything else, like they've got that one story. That's what I like about Dave. He knew he had one ace for content, and that was his divorce. Once his divorce was over, he vanished in the streets of San Juan, apparently. He's renting a room from a stranger. But or look at Luke West. He had that one almost million view video, and his reaction to it was like, oh, well, I didn't even like that video. I wish one of the videos I liked did well. Like, I think a lot of them get that opportunity and end up fumbling it.
I wanted to wait, and so especially with this coming up, I was like, yeah, we're definitely waiting. And so she had...
I appreciate a get ready with me. If you look at Thorpe Alert and the Vegan Patriot playlist, there's get ready with me content is great because it's like a distracted yapping, which means they're not always paying attention to what they're saying, and so you usually get better lore.
An endocrinologist got booked in for an appointment. I want to say it was in the fall time, and then she tells me one day,
think of the things Ruby says during get ready with me's.
Hey, by the way, they have a spot open. I want to say it was like June, and so she goes to this appointment, gets prescribed a bunch of oral hormonal therapy. And I'm like, hey, can we please just wait on this decision to start it? Like, I want to be, sport. I want to be on board with this, but I'm really not ready for this. And then, especially,
Alcoholics Anonymous is filled with perverts and sick, evil freaks.
They talk about children, and I had basically said I would need to wait until, you'd been transitioned for like a year to make sure this was even going to work before we even talk about kids again. So I find out that she started taking the estrogen and whatever else she was prescribed kind of without me knowing. And I just remember the day I found it out was horrible. Like, I just bawled because I could see that our entire future was basically changing, and that
people criticize Ben's method of eroding Grace over time during the struggle sessions to get her to get to the root of the issues. But why do people glamorize then directors like David Fincher who do hundreds of unnecessary takes just because they want to mentally break the actor so that they stop acting and they're, you know what I mean?
We weren't going to have more kids. Which later on, when she did tell the military about it all and went and saw a military specialist in this, they did have her go and do, she went off the orals and went and did on Clomid and did some sperm preservation. But what was hard about that is by that time, I knew it wasn't for me anymore. So that was really hard too, because that ship by then had already sailed, but that was much later. So yeah, she started taking hormonal therapy. Later, she expressed me the reason was she felt like she needed to know. She needed to know how she would feel on it to make any decisions moving forward. But that wasn't discussed with me. And so there was just a lot of miscommunication in this time period of me thinking that maybe we could work something out. Her interpreting a lot of what I was saying is that it wasn't going to work out, and that she needed to move forward and start doing things. So she started to be wearing makeup regularly, went full into, wearing more women's athleisure athletic type clothing, so no more male clothing. It was just really hard seeing my husband wearing makeup and doing these things. It was very hard for me to be attracted to that. And that's when I did realize, okay, I am very much straight. I am not attracted to either a male wearing feminine clothes or makeup, and I'm not attracted to women. So, but yeah, one day I came home and there was this massive order of Amazon clothing and makeup and things, and I didn't really know. All these boxes, and I'm like, what is this? And I start opening them, and some of the things were, it's inserts and hip pads and a lot of things to build a feminine figure, and it was just a lot. And then it was a lot of money too, so I started stressing about the money being spent. And she explained to me, oh, I thought it would be fun to do try-ons and we could do it together, and I don't have to keep all this, I just wanted to do it because I'm like, this is $1,000 worth of Amazon purchases. She went and paid for laser hair removal surgery, all these things. So there was just so much chaos going on, and meanwhile no one knew in my life. And I finally, because I kept saying hey, I want you to have the opportunity to tell people, and I want you to be able to do it first, and even with my family, but let me know how, if I can. And so finally I had gotten actually laid off. So that was another aspect going on. My job, I had just started and gone back to work part-time at a home infusion center, and the company was closing that branch. So I was laid off, and so I was like, well, I need to focus on getting another job. So any decision I make in regards to us is purely based on, us and not just like, oh, I need to stay with you for financial type reasons, which she kind of took personally as me saying I had to be on my own and didn't need her. And again, lots of things just misinterpreted. It was just really, really tricky. And so I was laid off, but I got a severance package. And so I decided I was going to go on a road trip, kind of give us some time apart to think through things. It was just so high tension all the time. It's like all we could talk about was this, and I just needed some time. So I did a couple week road trip up to visit family. I had friends.
You don't like her yap skills? I really like it. It's very like, it like gets you with like, it's like a trance.
In Nashville and Kentucky, and I had my family in Indiana at the time, one of my sisters, and so I went to do this like road trip and just get away. And at that point I was like, okay, well, I'm going to see my sister. I'm going to tell her. There's no way I can see her in person and not tell her about everything going on, her and her husband. And so I called my parents the night before the road trip to tell them, and they were pretty, how I first started talking, I thought I was going to tell them I was getting divorced, which we haven't decided
yes,
that yet.
I think while she doesn't want to be in a relationship anymore, I think she's honors the calling her ex a woman. Yeah.
When I told them, it was just very, oh, okay, like, and no one expected it. It was just so shocking. None of us had any idea. I get asked that all.
Just wait till the next actual like series of Love Is Like War starts. It's going to be amazing.
None of us had any idea. So I told my parents and I told my sister, and I remember I was telling my sister and brother-in-law, and my brother-in-law actually had a coworker whose sister had gone through something similar, and he said
I could listen to this for like hours.
That they tried to make it work, and his coworker, her sister said that in the end it just got so ugly because they were both forcing it and it wasn't going to work, and so her advice always was like, try not to drag it out, make your decision earlier rather than later. It's going to be better for everyone involved. And that really stuck with me because I kind of knew, I remember him asking me like deep down, what do you think? And I kind of knew that I knew already, like my attraction was so turned off by even my
I've also been getting high for 3.5 hours though.
Mascara, and wearing like women's underwear. I just kind of knew, but I really wanted my heart and my brain really wanted to try and find a way to make this work. Like we had kids together and I did love this person and they were a good person, and it just really sucks that they had hidden all this and had felt this their whole life. And it was just, it's so complicated. So anyway, I kind of knew at that point, like when my brother-in-law asked deep down, do you think it's going to work? And I was like, no, but I really wanted to, but I heard that story. And so I knew that was going to be important. So again, I kind of put my focus on finding a job, finding a way to make sure I could support myself.
Yeah. I mean, it's, especially with having kids involved, like that makes it like super high stakes.
Again, I mean, I'm a pharmacist. I'm fine. I knew that, but I just needed to find the right fit, which something.
Wow, pharmacist based.
A job kind of because of that layoff in the company, my application
La
got
Cosa Nostra would have us believe that she was skimming from the pharmacy, I think.
Hiring manager, and I actually got a job now that is perfect for me, and I get to work from home, which is amazing. But other things, let's see. His parents came out for July 4th, and so we told them together in person. That was really, really hard. His family is very Catholic, and his dad's a deacon.
I just like how it's such a like intensely personal subject, first of all, that she's talking about online, but then that it's so serious and like so life-changing, but she's telling it in such a relaxed way while she's doing her makeup,
We told them, my father-in-law immediately came to me and was like, how are you doing with all this? And I was like, terrible. Like, I'm not doing well. So once I started being able to tell people and have that support, things did improve for me in that sense, but it was still very, very hard. Before I started my new job, I flew home to my parents' house to hang out, and there was a woman that started coming over to my house all the time, and my ex said, oh, we're just best friends. Like, it's just, if it was a man, would you care as much? But it was this person I found out they'd become best friends that summer, and she was really kind of by her side as she did transitions. I remember being home and I wake up to a bunch of texts at my parents' house home, and I wake up to a bunch of texts from friends like, what's going on? And they had changed their profile picture to that of their new name and all this stuff, and it was just really, really hard. So there's still so much more, but that's my least chaotic version of this story I've been able to tell about that summer. Sadly, on our 7th anniversary, we did decide to officially separate and divorce. Okay, I wish I had like the screenshot still of this Reddit story, but this was actually one of the most damaging things, at least for me personally, that I had to get over with my ex coming out. So I don't even remember at this point how I stumbled upon the Reddit, because remember, this is like 3.5, 4 years ago that she first came out. And so it was that summer of 2023 that she did this Reddit post. She's since deleted that
particular. See, now she's going even deeper into it, and just while she's doing her hair.
Reddit profile, and so I
We are truly living in the end times.
can't find it anywhere either.
It's
But
great
essentially in
content,
the
though, I
post,
think.
she wrote and said, "Hi, I am questioning, male birth. I think I'm a trans female, and I tried putting on nail polish for the first time, and my wife came home and freaked out on me and told me to pack my bags and leave, and now I don't know what to do, and I'm freaking out."
Oh, wow. So he went on Reddit and posted that he said that he wanted to paint his nails and she threw him out for that.
Was essentially the gist of that post. If I recall correctly, there was no mention of the fact that she was also wearing my underwear, which I think is also a little bit violating, but also was a big part of the shock. But in the profile picture
Violating?
of her in this profile that she had created, she had taken a selfie of her, again, wearing my sports bra and my athletic shorts. So, but
And then posted a selfie in her underwear, in her sports bra and underwear?
comments on that post were so mean towards me. There was not a single comment like, "Hey, did you give her any warning, any heads up?" And I think that's what the whole thing was. It made it sound like, "Oh, I saw he just painted his toenails and that's all I freaked out about," when there was no context behind any of it. And the fact that no, there were zero signs up to this point. I know people ask that quite a bit. Zero. I had no idea. I joked out the fact "Oh, sometimes."
She did describe him as being basically masculine, traditional masculine, and even I think she was hinting that he was red pilled or something, because she said he had certain ideologies that didn't line up with the eventual decision made.
He liked to be a little spoon. In all reality, we had gone and gotten a few pedicures together, and I remember as my husband convinced me to go, but I'll be totally honest, when you're on a base and you go to a pedicure place nearby, there's actually a lot of men that go and get pedicures on bases because of so much hiking and the boots and their feet, and so a lot of them actually do go get pedicures. So it's not like an abnormal thing for males to get pedicures and have really good foot care, especially in that setting. I used to always joke with my ex, the things she really cares about still are socks, good socks and good solid shoes, especially if you're hiking. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of context around the post, and I felt really hurt by that.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
I just remember people in the comments being "Run, she's gonna be awful, she's so unsupportive, she sounds like a terrible human being." There was not a single positive thing said about me. Not that there was any reason they should be positive, but there was also no there was no any kind of okay, maybe have a little bit of understanding or talk to her or do this, because this is basically how my ex was coming out to me in a sense. She didn't officially say the words "I'm a trans female" until about a month later, but this was my first sign of anything. And so yeah, I do feel like there were much better ways that I could have been told or even given a heads up about the situation. And I think, don't worry, that's heat spray, not steam. I'm not burning my hair off. I think there's just so much context around that post that was missing, but I really struggled with those comments for a very, very long time. That I was this horrible person, that I wasn't supported, that my reaction was so bad, that other people were seeing how terrible of a person I was, and that I just, how awful, that was so ingrained, and it took me a while, lots of therapy to work through that. So I did, speaking of Reddit, try to go find some support there, and I found there's my partner is trans, and there's just a lot of other support groups on there, and I think that's where my ex found a lot of support and has found some life.
This, I'm sure most of you know, but this happened to Ruby as well, and she split up with the guy who I think eventually became a woman. Whenever she was at the pool with Ben and Grace, they had their big blow up, and then almost a year to the day, or a year to the week-ish, she reconciled with her ex, and then I think it eventually, I don't remember if it was over Ben and Grace the second time, but
lifelong friends in those forums, which is fantastic for them, but I'll be honest, a lot of the Reddit forums made me feel extremely guilty, because I would say the vast majority were people that were a lot more gender fluid than I was, and or a lot more bisexual or sexually open, which helped them maybe. A lot of them were okay, even though I am lesbian or I am bisexual, so maybe I can consider this. I just felt I was I just felt very much I was, again, it made me feel like a bad person, that I couldn't really get over the fact that I was a straight female, and that this was not something I felt could work, and it did. It made me feel mostly guilt that I couldn't be as open-minded as a lot of these people, and it's taken me, again, a long time to realize it's not necessarily being open-minded, because I can support that community and I can be understanding, but that doesn't mean that I have to necessarily be married or stay married to my partner who transitioned when that wasn't something that was for me. But yeah, I think there's some good, and a lot of people found things, and my ex found a lot of good stuff on Reddit, but that account is gone, so you can't, I know people want to see her before and after. I'm not going to be showing pictures. I'm not going to be sharing that unless she wanted to come on or share her site or anything like that. But it can be very good, but be very, very careful on Reddit, because for me, it compounded all of my guilt, made me feel like a terrible person. And like, I let strangers really dictate in my head who I was and how I reacted without any context and without any empathy. So that's why I also advocate empathy for both sides, and really seeing all the sides of it, and that all of us are human and all of us have these emotions, and it's a struggle. It's really hard. So after that summer, after my ex-husband came out as a trans woman, of trying to navigate life, she was experimenting, kind of trying to figure out who she was and what she was going to look like and how she wanted to dress and, you know, try makeup and all these things.
I know it's like, could be like goon brain, but are her breasts becoming more and more prominent as the videos go on?
I was trying to come up with different scenarios of how maybe we could try and make things work. One of them was, well, maybe we, you know, live in the same house, separate bedrooms, start back as friends, and we can see if we work our way back into something, or if we can build an attraction, or I could build an attraction again, and different things like that. But the moment that I knew we were not going to make it was in September, when I had flown home to my parents' house. And during that trip home, when we would FaceTime her, she had really at that point started to go more into kind of her new look, and she was wearing wigs and makeup, all female clothing, really starting to present socially as a woman more. And I was still having a little bit of a hard time with that. And so like when we would FaceTime, it would be a little jarring sometimes when she would answer the phone and have, you know, full face of makeup, a wig and everything. And so I had kind of asked, can you give me a heads up when I'm calling, which I know that would be kind of tricky, but I just basically said, can you give me a heads up so I can just be prepared? Like, it's still really hard for me. Which she didn't like, because she said, well, this is me, like, this is who I am now. And I understand that now, like, I can see that, but I was just, I don't know, I was just struggling. So I had asked basically for any kind of heads up when she was in her female presenting self. And so when she came to pick us up at the airport, I just remember she walked in and was in full, like, short jean shorts. She had, you know, padding in. She had her full wig and makeup and all.
She came to the airport in Daisy Dukes.
That on, and she came into the airport, and I just knew in that moment that if she couldn't at least text me beforehand and say, hey, when I'm picking you guys up, I am going to, like, this is how I'm going to be. And maybe she had basically told me that, like, hey, this is how I'm going to be from now on. But I felt like I just wanted that little bit of extra heads up, because obviously there are also times where she wouldn't, because it's hard to get dressed up every day and to be all ready. And so there were still times that she looked more like my husband. And so, yeah, that was the moment that I knew we weren't going to make it, because I just wasn't prepared for it. And she was ready to move forward, and she wasn't willing to even kind of give me that little bit of things that I'd asked for. I hadn't asked that she didn't dress like that. I just had asked that she give me that heads up. And so, unfortunately, that was the moment on the drive home. And I just remember crying and her saying, this is silly. Like, this is it just because I'm, you know, presenting like this. And it wasn't really that. It was the fact that I realized she needed to move forward at her pace, and it was not my pace. And I just was not ready and couldn't handle it anymore. So it was really sad. I think I mentioned before, it actually, the next day was our 7th anniversary. And that was the day that we officially decided to separate and started making a plan on how that was going to look for the future. And
separating on your 7th anniversary.
I made that joke about, oh, is this what they mean by the 7-year itch? Which obviously I tried to use some humor to soften the situation, and it wasn't funny at all. But yeah, so 7 years, and then we separated out, and we ended up being divorced by January. So all it happened super, super quick. But I think once a decision was made, we knew it was best for us to be able to move forward.
Oh, also, this is from the Digital Spill. They have a lot of these like compilations where they tell an entire like TikTok story, and I think I think this is pretty smoothly edited. It's neat having them all in one place.
And here we are, a little over 3 years later, and you know, it's still hard to navigate, but we do co-parent well, and we are friendly and amicable with each other, and I am really proud of us for that. But it doesn't come without its challenges. All right, I'm going to add another layer of complexity to this.
How deconstructing, don't tell Provo, deconstructing the Mormon religion helped in my divorce.
Whole story. And I think it helps explain a lot about the actions my ex took and her decisions, and
I
also
think my
why
theory
I had
holds
some extra
up.
grace for them. It's another very sensitive topic, and people are going to have very strong feelings on it. So again, it's a little scary, but I think it's important to talk about. But I was raised Mormon, or LDS, or Church Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. My ex and I met at church. She had grown up Catholic, but had been searching.
But he was a recent convert, right? Like, it hadn't been that long. I'll be right back.
For other religions, had been exploring a lot, had been dating a girl whose dad was Mormon, so started exploring the Mormon church, and decided to convert to Mormonism. So when we met, they had been a convert for about 8 months and were all in. And I had kind of just returned to activity in the church. I had been active my whole life, but I had a couple of years where I was doing pharmacy residency where I was just so busy, and I was kind of, wanted to have a little bit more fun, and also just it was too much to deal with everything. So I hadn't really been active for a couple of years, and I had gone back to activity. And then that's when I met this person, and I was like, oh, this was meant to be. This is God telling me I need to return to church because look, now I found my future husband and all this stuff. Now, in Mormonism, you are basically told marriage is between a man and a woman. The only way for you to get to the highest degrees of glory are to have a family, to be a man, to be a woman, to have a family. It's not necessarily that you'd go to hell. There's kind of some different versions of hell, but it's not an LGBTQ.
How do you think she decided, like, as a creator, the pace to drop these videos at? Do you think she tried to really, like, milk it in between? Or do you think she just hot-shotted the territory? Because how long can you really keep people interested in a TikTok story if you're, weeks or months between installments? It's not like YouTube,
Friendly religion. And so in that context, my ex had been raised in Catholicism and then converted to Mormonism, where that's really why she did feel this was not an option to even consider or to do this, because then you're told potentially in either religion, like, you either can't have a family forever or you are going to, like, hell, essentially. And I'm not going to pretend I fully understand, like, the Catholic beliefs on that, but she was not raised in an LGBTQ friendly environment. Okay. So, one thing I'm very, very grateful for is that right before she came out, and probably why she was able to come out, is that we had started deconstructing religion. About, I don't know how long before that, but we had come across some things in Mormon religion. We had started kind of deconstructing it and realizing that we were going to step away, that we weren't necessarily believing that anymore. We didn't want to raise our children in that anymore. But what's really hard about it is that it's your community. And for me, it was a huge part of my identity. It's who I was born and raised to be. I have pioneer stock. I just had believed my whole life. I'd never even really truly questioned it. There have been times where I was like, oh, I don't know about this, but it made sense to me. And then once it starts not making sense, it didn't make sense anymore. And so we were at that point of trying to decide how we were going to step away. And then that's when my ex came out. And so that was really hard because, one, I'm so grateful that I wasn't still all in true believing, because I think it would have made everything so much harder. To add that level of thinking like, oh my goodness, they're separating our entire family forever in the heavens, and now my kids aren't going to have this dad. Like, to have been fully believing when they came out would have been so much harder. And I still had a lot of that I had to work through, because it was fairly new that I was deconstructing the religion, but I just can't imagine being full believing and having this happen. And I just want to share this because I know what this happens, and I had friends or other people I knew who had come out as either anything in that spectrum, and their parents had basically like shunned them, or they kicked them out, or they do this. And I don't understand that, because you're with your family here on earth. You know that they're yours now. We don't truly know anything in the heavens, and we don't truly know how anything works. And
do you think she tried to make that case to the Mormons?
I know people will say they do because of the Bible or this or that, but I guess just for me, it's like focusing on the love we have here and what we can build here is so much more important. I'm kind of like sharing this because I am really nervous to talk about this. But I just feel for people who have been raised or are currently in a very high demand religion where they have these beliefs, and the feelings they have of shame and pressure and their inability, because I do believe if my ex could have had the opportunity to express these things and to come out earlier, it could have saved a lot of pain and grief for everyone involved. And I'm so, so happy I have my children, but there's pain and there's grief in just having a family that, isn't, your typical, they don't have their mom and dad, they have two homes, and they can have a lot of joy in their life. And that's a whole other discussion on, families and family dynamics and everything. But anyway,
what would South to West say about this chick? Sweet lady or not a sweet lady? Sweet or stressful?
I think it's so hard. I feel like I am kind of rambling now, but in the end, I just want to say I'm very grateful that I was not fully believing anymore, because I just think that would have...
This is what Dave did before every one of his videos. That's why Matt gets all worked up about his pretty feminine eyes.
Added so much more pain and grief, because I would have believed that I was losing all of my promises in heaven. We were married in what's called sealed in a Mormon temple, where you are promised to be together forever and ever. And to feel like I was losing that would have been so painful. And so in the end, I do think that there is some extra grace needed, because when you're raised and believe certain things,
Extra grace?
that does explain a lot of my ex's actions, and even some of mine, because it was so deeply ingrained and as we worked through it. And I just can't imagine still trying to attend church where my kids are being taught things like, oh, your family isn't going to be together forever because of the choices your parent made, and you may never get to see them again in heaven, or things like that, or just where they're singing songs about families being together and they see their mom and their dad, and it's this very typical roles. And there's something called the Proclamation to the Family, where it talks about the roles of males and females in the home, and their family wouldn't fit that, and they would always have to do that. And so I just stopped attending because of some of that harmful beliefs. I love the community, I love the people, but for me and my family, I just cannot perpetuate those beliefs in my children and make them feel things. I just think it would cause way too much damage. And I mean, there's a lot of other beliefs that I no longer believe, but I also have so much respect for my friends and family who are still in and believe that. And so I think what I've taken from it all is that it's almost like a faith expansion, that now I'm just open to other people's ideas and beliefs from all views, whether that be atheists, agnostics, Buddhists, even Catholicism. Like, there's so many beautiful beliefs in all these different religions.
Wow, did you hear that? Even Catholicism.
But there is harm that can be caused, especially within this community. And my family is part of that community now because
what about voodoo?
Of our family dynamic. And so, yeah, it's just an interesting thing that it was a blessing and a curse. It was a really, really hard thing to go through, deconstructing a religion you've been in your entire life and losing a lot of your identity almost and your belief system. But what a blessing to have always...
I know, dude. She is a high-level yapper.
Started that process before my ex came out. And again, that's probably part of why she was actually comfortable to come out and to do that. So, anyway, I'm glad that it made me I think it made me a better person and a more kind and understanding person. And so that's kind of where I'm at with religion, is people can believe what works for them and what helps them be better people. But as soon as it turns into something where it's making you an unkind person, I think you need to stop and reevaluate and figure out where you're at and why you're saying and doing those things. So again, very personal topic, very controversial. So try to be kind. I don't know. All right, I'm going to tell a story of how my ex-husband met her now wife. So my ex-husband came out to me in April, May of 2022. And we were divorced by January of 2023. She had a rapid transition happen over that summer and fall. And in September, when things were really kind of on the downhill, I had flown home to visit my parents. And while I was home, I kept seeing someone showing up on my Ring camera coming to my house. And it was this woman, and we're going to call her BF for best friend. Okay. And so BF keeps showing up at my house, and I've never seen this woman before. And I ask my ex, I say, hey, who's this person that keeps coming over? And she's like, oh, she's just a friend of mine from work. She needs a place to stay. And I was like, oh, like, what's her name? I've never, heard of her. And she's like, well, I said, I don't know how I kind of feel about this other woman being at my house when I'm not there. And she said, well, it's just like friends. If you had a girlfriend over, I wouldn't care. Like, if you had a girl over, it's just like the same thing. We're best friends, whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay. But also, I just didn't know you had this new best friend. I didn't know about them. And, again, she says, well, if it was another guy, would you care? And I'm like, well, I don't know now, because my ex also had come out to me.
She's just telling everything. She's just telling off on everything.
Bisexual, along with everything. I had known that there had been a past with men that she told me years into our marriage that I hadn't previously known, but that's a whole other story.
Hold on, huh?
Anyway, she told me years into our marriage that I hadn't previously known, because my ex also had come out to me as bisexual, along with everything.
Okay, I don't think I picked up on that earlier.
I had known that there had been a past with men that she told me years into our marriage that I hadn't previously known, but that's a whole other story. And so anyway, I'm the queen of side tangents, I know. So anyway, this person starts coming over all the time. She says, hey, she's sleeping here. BF is sick. She needs a place to stay. That's not the unit, like on a cot, whatever, because they worked together. So I come back from my trip and I get home and I realize that she...
Man, imagine being like her current boyfriend, seeing how much she's telling off on the ex. You'd be like, oh man, I better start keeping the audience in mind for my behavior.
In my bed with my ex.
Wow.
And again, not my ex at the time. And I was like, that does not feel appropriate at all. Like, we're still married. And my ex said, well, it's just like girlfriends having a sleepover. I'm like, I don't know. It feels off to me. Like, I'm not okay with this. Well, anyway, shortly thereafter, we decided to separate. And so my ex found an Airbnb to move into until she could secure housing and a place to live. And the very first time I go to drop my children off at her Airbnb condo, my knock, we walk in the door, and this woman is there. And I'm like, oh, hi. She's like, oh, I forgot to tell you, she's staying the night. Like, she needs a place to stay, so she's staying with me. And I'm like, no, I don't know this person. I'm not leaving my children with you and this person. And my ex said, well, you need to trust me and who I am, and I'm not going to let them be with someone dangerous. And I'm like, I'm not okay with this. I start to take my kids and be like, I'm leaving. And she got very upset with me. It kind of caused a scene. She was really upset. So you can't take my children from me. And I'm saying, I don't feel safe with this. The children did end up staying. But it was it was so hard. I was so upset about it. Like, at what point did you think you should?
No. The Daisy Dukes weren't at the school. That was at the airport. Because she had asked that if she was going to dress us, present female, to give her a heads up, and that didn't happen.
Informed me that there was going to be someone else staying there, and it just was not okay. And then when my ex moved into her new home, same thing. This BF follows her and
Easter Island
and I keep
head.
getting told, oh, she's looking for an apartment. She's going to be moving out. This is temporary. Well, months and months go by, and it's not temporary anymore. So after a few months, I finally ask. I just kind of had this feeling, and I kind of asked, hey, are you guys dating? Like, I just want to know, because you are living together and the kids are there. I do feel like I need to be informed if there's anything else going on, just so we can discuss, boundaries and whatnot. No, we're not dating. Well, I'm on the phone with my daughter. She's FaceTiming me. She's like 2 or 3. And she walks into the bathroom, and on FaceTime I see my ex and BF in the shower together. And it was so bad. It was so bad. I immediately call and I text and say, you guys need to come over. We need to have a talk right now. One, that's so inappropriate that my daughter was able to walk in on them. 2, why are you doing that while the children are there? 3, just so many things. You could list it out. I'm so upset. They don't really address it at all. We find a time. They come over to the house, and I'm asking them, hey, why did you think that was okay? And why did you not even apologize or approach me to talk about it up until this point? Now that I asked, I was like, oh, we were hoping you didn't see anything. We were hoping you didn't actually see anything on FaceTime. Oh, I saw. So anyway, it was in that conversation that BF tells me, oh yeah, we became best friends this past summer. We immediately clicked when I got to the unit in June or July. We immediately clicked, and we've been inseparable best friends since then. And that was one of the most hurtful things in my entire divorce process, was to find out that while this summer where I thought we were working through things and I was really trying to make efforts, I thought, and maybe they weren't the best efforts, maybe it wasn't enough for my ex. I really thought I was making efforts to see if we could make our marriage work, that my ex had actually made it.
She's in the Dave position here. She thought that they were working toward making things better, and instead, soft landing was being prepared.
A new best friend never told me about this person, and was confiding in her about everything going on. It was relying on her input and advice on transitioning and decisions she was making, and this BF was really the one kind of there for her and advising her and helping her. And I know that my ex needed someone, but it also was very painful that I was not included in those decisions, and she'd been turning to someone else. And that is where I do feel like it kind of crossed the border into an emotional affair, because I know they needed support, but also I wasn't informed about this person at all. And I would have liked to think I would have been supportive that she found a friend.
Oh, thank you. It's me. Wait till you get the next installment gets going, the next series. It's going to be a classic, hopefully.
Who was there for her and could help her through the process. Maybe I wouldn't have, but I just feel like this friendship was kept so hidden from me, and especially the fact that when she said, oh, we clicked right away and we were just best friends and we just had this connection, it was just so painful for me to hear that. And then in that same conversation, BF told me, oh, I'm not planning on moving out. I'm definitely staying. And up until the week before, my ex had been saying, oh yeah, she's finding another apartment. She's planning on moving out. So there were just a lot of lies and deceit along the way. And again, not that I needed to know every single thing, but I felt like because there were children involved in staying at the home, it would have been prudent to share all that information and to at least have open conversations and to set those boundaries. So just funny enough, fast forward to
28.
The following Thanksgiving.
But that kid in the movie said that the human head weighs 8 pounds. That means her head would be 20 pounds heavier than normal.
I think 2024. And
I find that hard to believe.
I did not know. And we were in the parking lot of this random strip mall, and my son goes, hey, maybe that's where BF got the ring for Dad.
16 tops.
And I said, what ring? The ring? And they're like, yeah, maybe that's where she got that ring that she proposed with. And I was like, oh. And this happened 2 weeks before. So I texted, I said, hey, are you engaged? And my ex said, yeah, we are. I'm surprised it took the kids so long to tell you. I thought they would have told you right away. I'm like, congratulations. Just a funny way to find out. The best part about it all was that I was on Marco Polo with my siblings, and so they saw it happening in real time. I just oh, okay. And then they got married, and they told me they were getting married in
all right, we'll meet in the middle at 20 pounds.
August, and that's when they were doing their big wedding with the kids and everything. That's fine. Well, come to find out that they definitely got civilly married in February, and I found that out because we are cordial, and I was at her house getting the kids on time, and
So she didn't even know when her ex got married again?
Look up, and there's a big plaque above their kitchen saying established so-and-so date, and it was definitely February when they told me that they had actually, like, they only told me their wedding date was in August. So it's just kind of funny things at that point. Like, those things don't really matter and make a difference in my children's life. But yeah, it's just been a wild ride. But that's
Oh, do you hear the kid in the background?
the story of my ex and her new. Yeah, it's just been a wild ride. But that's the story of my ex and her new wife and their whole
Stop interrupting me during my videos.
relationship.
I don't know why I did the Jimmy voice.
Okay, I want to have a very
Wow.
serious conversation, and it's going to open up
A long yap about transphobia.
a lot of things. But I was sent a video in which someone was saying that I am indoctrinating cishet women with transphobia, and basically like causing a fear of people's husbands coming out as transgender.
Okay, I really don't get that vibe from her at all. She seems to be much more upset about the fact that she was lied to about the timelines involved, especially in regard to the new relationship. I don't feel like there's anything. She seems extremely understanding about the actual like trans part. That's how it seems to
And
me.
that my comment section like was full of transphobia, and that I was not doing a good job with all of this. And that is true in the sense of there are a lot of comments.
Stop interrupting me while I'm in the studio. I gained an inch of girth.
I have not been able to keep up with. I have not been able to manage it all, and to either report or like I've tried to download, I've tried to go through, but honestly, I kind of gave up on a couple of those videos. And so then the question comes up of what is my social responsibility, because I am sharing.
This is, I mean, the hair here is great. I like the top.
My story that is about a marginalized group of people who are under a lot of danger and threat to their lives at times, and litigation and laws that are discriminatory towards them. So as a,
Yeah, I guess from her perspective, it happened really rapidly that one day her like super trad red-pilled Marine husband put on pink toenail polish, I think she said, and then like rapidly, started to present female, and then ended up coming out as a trans woman, and all that happened in like a super compressed time frame. And then there was a new person, there was a new wife that came into the picture.
The idea is that honestly that I should not be sharing this story because it can bring more hatred and violence towards this group of people. And I have tried to be clear, and I want to be clear, that is not my intention. That is absolutely not what I want. Obviously, this is my children's other parent that I am with, and I am not sharing a lot of the story. There are certain things about the story about how they handle things that have nothing to do with them being trans, and I have definitely made that clear. But I also think that there is value still in sharing the story that I have, and I understand that trans lives are more important than my feelings, and like cis women's feelings. Okay,
Who in the world would watch this and think this lady was a transphobe? Like, I don't get that at all.
Of course their lives are, anyone's life is more important than someone's feelings. But
No. He came out as trans and bisexual.
I also want to say that a lot of how I felt throughout this process is also that their feelings are more important than my feelings. And on a human being level, that is something that is very hard for me to understand. And I think we have compromised on a lot of things, and I think that's good. But I think there is a general feeling that her feelings on things and how she wants things to be should be the way that they are. And that, to me, is not the case and should not be the case. And so I think sometimes when I express feelings like that, people then immediately say it's transphobic. And it has nothing to do with transphobia. Like part of it is just that this is what happens in a divorce, but also when everything has changed from kind of a dynamic that we had agreed on, it is allowed to change. That's absolutely right. It's allowed to change. And I want to be very clear that I do not, after all these years, one of the things I really want to present is that this person didn't deceive me. They didn't do things to be mean and to get what they wanted. I think what is very, very hard as someone on the receiving end of kind of having a partner, a spouse that you build a life with, and then they come out and transition, is that I was not considered in most of the transition. And so in my experience, that is what I am expressing. I was not considered in any of it. And I continue to say two things can be true, right? I can want my ex to be happy and live a whole, complete life. And I can also still really struggle with what that change means for me and my children. And just because I don't immediately accept that this person...
exactly. The idea that she's being selfish about it just is very short-sighted, considering that her ex has moved on and she's now taking, still taking care of the kids and everything like that. She's thinking about more than herself.
Made all these changes and immediately be thrilled and happy and supportive does not make me transphobic. I have tried my hardest.
Pornography? I don't know. I have no idea.
And I have tried incredibly hard to express on here that there are two sides to everything. And I think a lot of people lack nuance to understand this on both sides of the spectrum. So in the comment section of this video, people were saying things like, oh, she shouldn't be posting this online, that there are forums, there are groups, there are support groups, there are all these things for these people. And I will say I looked very hard for people in a similar situation. And I will say the groups far and wide are full of a group of very conservative people. They call like trans widows, and it's a very far right-wing rhetoric. And then that's not something I want to be a part of. And then there's also a group of people who stayed married and were ultra supportive and all of that. And I think there's a middle ground where I am supportive of this person living a full life of joy, but I am still sometimes grieving the life and the image I lost. Not the image I lost, but the future that I lost. And that comes with just divorce alone. But then add in the fact that for me, yes, I did want to, in the video she talks about, oh, just because she didn't get her white picket fence life and all these things. First of all, we were a military family, so we did not have a white picket fence life. There were challenges associated with that. I mean, yes, I am a middle-class white girl, but we were living on base. We were moving around every few years. Like, I supported this person in their career, and knew that we had a life kind of full of challenges and deployments and all these things. Okay. Second of all, I'm allowed to have wanted to be married to a man who was then a father to my children, and to be sad that that's not my life, and to say that that's transphobic because yes, it's societal norms and it's that we're such a gendered society and everything, but that is what I wanted. That is what we had built and we're building together. And so yes, things can change, and I am learning to grow into everything with my children and the role of like their dad. And yes, she is okay with them calling dad and acknowledging that right now. And I will say the other thing that's been very interesting to me is that I have gotten and heard from so many different people that have offered advice and insight and things that have been so helpful by sharing on TikTok. Well, so I know people say, oh, this
you think he was watching sissy hypnosis?
He kept to these forums or kept to a therapist or other things. But there are people out there that I have not been able to reach or talk to or contact that I have been able to through TikTok. So parents who transitioned have given me advice or have told me different things.
If Furby ever met up with her ex, I think the Furby would put a cigarette out on her.
Or how their family dynamics work, which is so helpful to open my mind to see how we can do things. I've also had children of transgender parents and talking about some of their challenges and things and how it's worked out for them. And it's been so comforting to me. I've also had, just family members and other things. And so, yes, I know that it opens up to transphobia and people say things in the comments. And you guys, it's so easy to just use the correct gender term. Like, it's so easy. And I liked a couple comments that I guess misgendered my ex. And I want to say I didn't like them because they misgendered my ex. I liked the sentiment in it. Like, one was about setting boundaries. And I like that. Like, yes, I need to set better boundaries. And I am sorry that by liking that, I'm perpetuating misgendering and other things like that with transphobia. Like, I really am sorry. That was not my intention with that. And I need to be more careful about that. And I acknowledge that up front. So I don't know. I still think there's value in sharing my story. And not just to me, I think that there are people that have told me that they are feeling heard for the first time in their life, and just understanding that there's nuance and having someone who is talking about the fact that we can still respect our exes and who they are, but also realizing like that there is a very hard line to walk to be supportive, but also still retain our own identity. And I know people might basically say, well, your identity doesn't matter because you're not at risk. Your life isn't at risk with this. And I understand that. But also, like, it is very difficult to say that was my ex-wife, because that is something I'm always going to struggle with. And I think it's fair to talk about that. It is difficult to talk about mom events where the plan when we got married was that they were dad, I was mom. And now I know it might be, I don't know what to do about it, because I'm not demanding. I'm not saying you cannot be mom. Like, they make me sound like I'm like, oh, controlling that. Like, I'm asking because for me, that is something that's special. And yes, it is something that's kind of indoctrinated deep inside of me. And it is things I need to look at and reevaluate and everything like that. So that's the other thing too.
This lady is really concerned with what the people in the comments think.
I say that, oh, I've never been transphobic. Someone said in a comment like, oh, it'd be interesting to get her ex's side. I'm sure there's a lot of thinly veiled transphobia. And you know what? There probably was. And there probably was in the beginning. And I'm going to be the first to admit that like, I have probably said and done things, and even on here, I've said and done things that are considered in that line. But I think there is intent, and I think that there is opening up the discussion to talk about things. And I think that because there are people who already have their views and their minds made up, I am trying to be an ally in a way, and I'm also trying to share the pain and the side of the story that I have shared or that I have experienced as well. and to hopefully help someone either
I think no matter, even if you're like the biggest LGBTQ supporter, like that's not like a bulletproof vest over having your story, you know, whatever. Like she doesn't seem to have any issue with that part of it, other than she just feels a sense of loss for losing her partner. Like, I don't think that should be really controversial. She's not bagging on trans people or him being bisexual even. She's bagging on him because she feels like he was cheating on her before, you know, he was being honest, or that, you know, the timeline he was saying didn't line up or whatever.
Out earlier in their life or not start a relationship with,
like, her feelings and her experience matter as well.
Being honest with that person, or when they do come out to a partner or family, that they maybe do it a little bit more gently, or maybe consider them in the transition, or be honest up front that I'm actually not going to consider you in this. This is how I have to do things.
I think she's a TikToker. Yeah, if you want to follow her on TikTok, it's Court Ort.
Just, and then as the other person who, on like my end, maybe be a little nicer about things. Maybe not immediately jump to harsh words. Like, I mean, there's so many things that I've admitted openly that I'm wrong, and I will continue to do so, and I do apologize, but I just do think that there's a space for me to share, and I think that it's important to continue to talk and open the dialogue and discuss these things. And I continue to ask people to try and be nice, and yes, use correct gender terms, and to just keep an open.
Well, there you go. What a story. And I feel that's a nice companion piece to Dave's story, but I'm going to be back in like, I don't know, probably like 15 or 20 minutes, and we're going to do a Beth stream review, an old one pulled way from back in the vault. But thank you for hanging out, to finish off the Dave's Divorce Odyssey and to hear this woman's story. We've got another volume of this coming up, but it'll probably be like into, I don't know if it'll be this coming up week or not, but I've already got the new divorce story picked out. But thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And if you want to come back for the Methadone Clinic, I will see you in a little while. But I'll see you guys later.